Buongiorno e benvenuti a tutti. Apriamo I lavori del
Good morning, and everybody. Welcome, everybody. We're going to open today,
e conoscenza.
or today's Congress,
Le istituzioni, gli enti
for the opening remarks,
per aver sostenuto
PAIDEIA
e contribuito
2020.
alla
We would like to
realizzazione
thank all the sponsors and those who contributed to create this event.
parola
We would like to
Alexander
welcome everybody. And I would like to give the floor now to Alexander Longquich, who is a concert pianist and artistic director of the Music School of Fiesole.
Buongiorno, sono felice di dare
Good morning, everybody.
il benvenuto
I'm very happy to welcome everybody here,
all'esterno.
those who are following us
Sono molto felice
remotely.
Il direttore artistico della scuola di Fiesole.
I am the artistic director of the Music School of Fiesole, and I'm very happy to be here today because I think that our music school was conceived since the very beginning, thanks also to the intuition of Piero Farulli. And it was created initially as a knowledge workshop, knowledge lab. And it was very interesting to hear from one of our historical teachers, from her words, where she said that the entire process for all the years that she worked at the school, the continuous training that we offer at the school is incredibly important, and they are as important as all the performances. All our performances are inside a pathwork and a pathway for continuous training, but for us was incredibly important to continue growing professionally and humanly as well. I think it's a task that it's up to all of us, and we are a school that is really focusing on three main pathways, one on focused on neuroscience, one on trainings, and one on social education. These three paths really intertwine. And I just would like to say one more thing. During this pandemic, I think it's so important to keep educating ourselves, to continue our training, our practice, and I think it's not just desirable, it's actually essential to continue doing that. And I think that the training approach we have today is very important, and we have to really reflect about that. What will be the future role of the musician? Because this role has been changed, has been challenged throughout the years. We almost are deep in the trenches, I would say. And I would think that throughout the years, in the next future, we'll have to be able to recuperate, and we'll have to be able to really feel again. This period has made us deaf, made us mute. I mean, all our senses are still very much alive, but starting from children's education up until, I would say, when they start working, it's very important to become aware of the fact that every day we need to feel alive. And I think it's about every artistic aspect. Every artist has to feel that way, whether it's a dancer, it's a musician. And I think this is a great challenge. It's a challenge that we were posed way before the pandemic. And having said that, I really wish you all the best, and thank you.
Vincenzo Grassi.
Now, the floor goes to Vincenzo Grassi, the General Secretary of the European University Institute.
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti. Al di là
Good morning, everybody.
Ritualismo e di ogni retorica,
besides every ritual and every rhetorical speech, I am very honored as a General Secretary of the European University Institute to
Piero Farulli,
really give a contribution during this Congress
della Scuola di Musica di
that
Fiesole.
pays homage to
Per noi è un onore
Piero Farulli
associati in
and
questo
his
momento
birth
Dottor Gianni
and
Letta,
being
il Comitato
the director of the music school of
celebrare
Fiesole. I'm
centenario
really
del
happy to be associated with also Gianni Letta
che riunisce
in honor of
scientifici,
Piero Farulli's
musicali,
birth
prestigiosi
and being part of a
dello
committee that really joins together
Abbiamo
very
un'organizzazione
prestigious scientific and cultural institutions.
del territorio
We have
fiorentino,
great contact
quale
with the
abbiamo,
total
grazie al governo
Fiesole territory, and
e quindi saluto
we are honored
anche il
to
presidente della Scuola di Musica,
be
nostra
in this territory, throughout this territory. So I would like to thank our great friend Anna Ravoni, our artistic director Alexander Lokic,
Saluto anche
and
molta gratitudine la dottoressa
Mr. Cimatti. I would like to also
Presidente
say hi to Adriana Vecchiani,
che ci
who's the president of the Piero Farulli Association, who has
se i tempi
really involved us since the beginning in this project.
la giornata
If
odierna del convegno si
times were more favorable,
nella splendida cornice
the
Salviati, una
our
delle
Congress, our
istituto universitario
meeting
europeo,
would have taken place at the Salviati Villa
di dare all'anno farulliano anche un
at our university headquarters
segno di una delle culle
in order
della cultura.
to really start
Le colline fiesolane ospitano
our cultural year
queste due
with the greatest
importanti
beginning ever.
istituzioni quasi gemelle, entrambe di
The hills and the territory
l'altra
with our two schools that are one dedicated to art and the other is dedicated to science, and a land that was really the cradle of European Renaissance,
ancora a portare alto
serves as the framework
il nostro paese.
as
Istituzioni,
of
tra l'altro,
really bringing forward
determinano la
this our
presenza
country's
sul territorio di tanti giovani
pride.
giovanissimi
This
tutte
means that
l'Europa e del mondo.
it attracts the attention and the interest of many young people, many young students
Così la memoria
who come here, come to San Domenico Fiesole to really enjoy
sua vita
their time here and really bring forward the message of a maestro that dedicated his life to
distrazione sociale.
bring music to everybody regardless of their origins.
Ha avuto ed ha rapporti
The
stretti di
European University Institute has close relationship with the school,
stranieri partecipano
and
programmi amatoriali
there are a lot of different institutes from Italy and
personale accompagnano regolarmente
international institutions that
l'azione della scuola.
collaborate with us. We have a lot of international students. During many occasions, we have joined
Solisti,
initiatives,
quartetti della scuola,
and we tried to do our best to really
come lo stesso
invite all our quartets and our musical groups to participate in as many events as possible, like the State of the Union. That is one of our main occasions where our students participate every year.
che ha lo status
As a
di organizzazione
general secretary of an institution that has been always solemn in our territory,
dei fabbri di futuro.
we really try to forge our future, to build an harmonious future. So to me, it's an honor to pay homage to such a maestro that, thanks to the universal language of music, really managed to express his wholeheartedly passion for this
Particolare bisogno.
job. And I think that we really need music, especially during this time. We need to really be able to replace the beautiful music to some really dire news sometimes, especially for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Grassi. And now I would like to give the floor to Gianni Letta, the president of the National Committee for the centenary celebration of Piero Farulli's birth. There is a sound problem, unfortunately. Seems like Excuse me, could you please unmute yourself? Seems like the microphone is not working. we're experiencing some technical issues right now.
Chiedo perdono, non avevo aperto il...
I'd like to really apologize. I hadn't opened my microphone. I'm sorry. So as I was saying, I would really like to join with my contributions and my greetings that Vincenzo Grassi put forward. Hopefully, we'll have some harmony and some better times compared to today. Unfortunately, it's a bit sad that we cannot be in Villa Salviani at the European University Institute, where we would have held the Congress of these 3 days. And unfortunately, we had to resort to a small screen. But it still allows us to communicate, to talk to each other, and to really pay homage to Piero Farulli, and probably the highest peak, the acme of the celebration of his centenary. I don't want to sound presumptuous, and I really didn't want to sound presumptuous talking to such honorable guests that we have today, starting from the Academy of Science at the university and so forth. But being the president of the National Committee for the centenary celebration of the Maestro, I just would like to really thank everybody. Thank those who contributed to this really all-together celebration that grew month by month and has given us a lot and has involved so many students that studied with the Maestro Farulli from Fiesole, who were coming from so many different parts of the world and joined together here and came all together in such a highly educating experience. There were many events, way more than we had anticipated, because there was a growing contribution, a really growing support. And we managed to really organize a concert with musicians coming from all over the world, both organized by the committee, but also independently organized sometimes, those who were staunch followers of Maestro Farulli. So together with other initiatives, it was really a crescendo. And today is really the acme. So this scientific congress will have 3 sessions that Director Longquich reminded us for. And these 3 sessions will give us a sort of scientific base of that type of education that has accompanied us for our entire life. And it was definitely an intuition organizing the school in that way, in a very passionate way, with the stimula for passion. And it's something that we still feel today, thanks to the memory that we bear and the contribution that nowadays so many international famed musicians decided to come back and really pay homage to the person who helped them start their career. Today, this morning, on the Corriere della Sera, one of our newspapers, there's a very interesting article that's called Theory of Science and Music by Emiliano Toso. And he's stating that has discovered that music has a regenerative action on the brain cells. So this means that music with its harmony has changed the regeneration of our own cells. So we are regenerating, we are recovering independently, just by ourselves, with the help of music. So I think that the participation in the article of Emiliano Toso, really on one of the first pages of one of the most important Italian newspapers, I think it's a prologue of a congress that will tackle the scientific value of music education for the human being. And I think we'll hear very interesting opinions from honorable scientists. This comes together to describe such a great personality, irreparable and extraordinary personality like Piero Farulli. The session was opened by Dr. Grassi, so the General Secretary of the European University Institute, that was supposed to be the main location for our Congress. And he started talking about Villa Salviati and the beautiful location that we would all have enjoyed by participating in the Congress. And I would like to remind him and to all of you that Benedetto Croce wrote that Europe needs those Italian men who own studies and knowledge and versatility, who are also able to have foresight and understand everything before everybody else. Piero Farulli was a scientific man, but also had great foresight, intuition, and understanding. He understood what music was for life, and to him, music was not just aesthetics, art, but it was also education. He was convinced that music could improve the individual and therefore society, could really help society grow, could really help people grow, and therefore contribute to the harmonic contribution and progress of society. He's done that for his entire life. And that was not just a statement. His conviction was really felt, was really deep, and he was conveying, almost infecting, I know this is a dangerous word today, everybody with this passion and with his personality. He would fall in love with music straight away. But he was the first one to really feel and understand the total engagement that music would give us. And he has done it. And I mean, who doesn't remember the Italian quartet of Piero Farulli? And this really gave us proud times. But he did it also by founding the music school of Fiesole and by training very famed musicians nowadays. But the main important thing was that he was allowing every student to grow, and he was growing with them. And then he came at the forefront of a music campaign to be taught in schools, really to differentiate the educational programs of Italian schools. As I said before, with such passion, with such impetus. And Adriana Vecchiani knows it very well. And I would like to really greet her and send my greetings to her and to everyone who has worked really hard to make the centenary celebrations possible, because she was the one who wanted this, who wanted to celebrate this, who wanted to organize this Congress. Really to pay homage to his figure, to Piero Farulli. She was next to him. She managed to moderate his explosions of enthusiasm sometimes when they were a little bit too much. She managed to guide him, and she really was at his side and really understood his intention of what he wanted to do with music in Italy. So thank you, Adriana, for what you did with Piero. Thank you for what you're doing today to remember Piero. And I think that his lesson is very precious in our country nowadays. And I think it's going to continue bearing its fruit. There is a picture on the cover of the program of this Congress that it's very, I think, emblematic of Piero Farulli's personality and his mission. It's him among his students with a viola, with his silver hair that made him the iconic he is. And while he's playing still among his students with such an expression that it's very calm and very tranquil, with those darting eyes that we saw so many times lighting up to scold students who weren't following, weren't studying, or something like this. Those eyes that here we see very tranquil, very at peace, while he's playing the magic of music that was guiding every act, every action. It was his ultimate goal in life. He did everything for music, in favor of music, and in favor of a society that he knew would have been better off with music. I'm sure today you will talk about this and you will discuss about it, and I think it will be the best way to really pay homage to Piero Farulli. Some said that the educational value of music was not of Piero Farulli's discovery. It's always been there. But many in our modern world and in modern Italy have forgotten about it. Even those who were actually supposed to introduce music in the educational programs in school. Unlike others, some did, like Minister Berlinguer, who really pushed forward a musical program for schools, and they really managed to go against deaf and not understanding personalities. And this Congress is there to remind us to keep this passion alive, to keep this educational effort alive. And we hope that the documents that are in the government to really promote music and the music education in schools will be brought forward, thanks also to the contribution of this Congress, thanks to everybody who worked so hard for it, thanks to Adriana Verdiani, and thanks also to the scientific contribution. We'll really be able to obtain what Piero Farulli unfortunately couldn't enjoy, couldn't see, but maybe he's looking at from above nowadays. So I just would like to conclude with the immortal words of Plato that centuries ago would write, "Music is a moral law, from a soul to the universe, to wings of thoughts," as an explanation of freshness and as an explanation of everything in life. Music is the essence of everything, is the essence of order. It elevates what's good, and music represents this good, yet being shining, passionate, and eternal. That's exactly how Piero Farulli was feeling music, was serving music. And that's how he was convinced about the fact that music could improve people, society, the collective being, and again, I would like to really express my gratitude to having invited me to this Congress on behalf of the whole committee, because this Congress really salutes such a character, such a personality that served this country so well. And I think we need a moment like this in such a dire moment right now. Just like we said at the beginning, we are forcibly muted. Well, we have to demonstrate, we have to show that music is still talking, is still communicating, even without words. And that's why I would like to say thank you and have a good proceedings.
Thank you, Chairman. And now I give the floor to Luigi Ambrosio, who is director of the Scuola Normale Superiore. Good morning, and thank you to all of you for the invitation. For a director of the Scuola Normale to be here this morning is something which is very important for many reasons. First of all, because of the affection and recognition for Piero Farulli. It is a story that many of you know, but I'm glad to remind you the extraordinary role that Piero Farulli
del secolo scorso. Mentre nel mondo si preparavano alcune grandi rivoluzioni, anche Farulli, insieme al direttore dell'epoca, il fisico Gilberto Bernardini, preparava una piccola rivoluzione, una stagione di concerti a Pisa interamente gratuita per gli studenti e le studentesse della scuola normale. Era il primo passo di quella che sarebbe diventata, proprio grazie all'impegno di Farulli e Bernardini, una tradizione ormai consolidata della scuola normale. Oggi i concerti della normale sono alla 54esima stagione, interessano centinaia di spettatori ogni anno e continuano a sperimentare nuovi linguaggi e nuove vie per arrivare a un pubblico sempre più vasto, dalle opere per bambini al rock nei club di Pisa. Oggi, a 54 anni da quella prima intuizione, l'idea di tenere una stagione musicale aperta e in parte gratuita può sembrare banale, ma allora, prima ancora del 68, si trattava di una vera e propria rivoluzione culturale, un gesto di apertura e di democratizzazione che portava la cultura da vette spesso difficili da raggiungere a un livello dove tutti potessero non soltanto apprezzarla, ma viverla, partecipando a un dialogo vivo e sincero. Farulli e Bernardini capirono che l'impegno in questa direzione non era una gentile concessione da parte di un'elite, ma il senso stesso del nostro mestiere, il senso forse quello più profondo.
The sense was more profound, that of a university, of being for everyone, not being jealous of knowledge for few, but the space where to create and to create together new interactions and new knowledge. We can say that only today, half a century after these pioneers, the agencies that give new value to universities at all levels begin to codify and recognize the importance of the effort of putting knowledge in common. And today there is this term third vision, this definition by exclusion, to say that it defines by exclusion all of that which a university does and which is not closely didactic or pertaining to research. And I'm proud to be able to say that La Normale, our school, has made a great step forward and has opened many paths thanks to visions like Farulli and Bernardini. What Farulli and Bernardini had was true friendship, as the many letters tell us that they exchanged, and which we still conserve in our school. There was mutual respect, but there was especially a sincere affection, and there was something more, very close cooperation, a sharing of finality and of means. And this is something I say having inherited the chair of Bernardini. As a director of the Normale di Pisa, it is not easy to devote time to the projecting of events and often to the far-sighted vision, which risks to be overturned by the many daily problems that we have on our desks. Bernardini was constantly sustaining Farulli and never failed in his support, both political and practical, and knew asked him to send the programs of each concert and would comment it together with him. The friendship between Farulli and Bernardini tells us of a cooperation between two people, two institutions, and two different languages, at least apparently, even if he speaks many languages. That of music and language and culture is something unique and harmonic, and I think that this will emerge clearly in the works of these coming days. The presence here today of musicians and academicians and personalities means that we can work together, especially at a time like this. How can we look to the times of Farulli and Bernardini and to their work? We are tempted to think back with nostalgia. In fact, it's not encouraging sometimes. The resources are very scarce. The role is ever more lateral, reserved to culture in all of its forms. And it is impossible not to see a temptation to close oneself up in an ivory tower of elite, cultivating in one's own garden, which will hardly bring fruits. Playing live is a situation we all know. It's dramatic nowadays, and I'd like to take this opportunity to offer to all of those who work in the sector, express my solidarity and the solidarity of the Scuola Normale di Pisa. Optimism of Piero Farulli has to bring us forward and spur us forward today when we realize the voice of culture is not listened to. We have to find new ways to make ourselves heard, and we work a great deal in this direction. We have to find new routes to reach everyone in order to break the barriers that often we have created ourselves. Today, when the theaters are empty and concert halls are silent, we have to imagine new initiatives and new cooperation. And to do so, we can arm ourselves with certain sources and which bring us back to Farulli's strength and to his desire to change things forever. Thank you.
Ringrazio il direttore.
Thank you to the director of the Scuola Normale di Pisa, now Luigi Day, who is Dean of the University of Florence. Good day. Good morning to everyone. Good day. It is with great pleasure that I bring the welcome of the Florence University and my own personal welcome to this wonderful conference in honor of the 100th birthday of Piero Farulli. When Adriana came to me a year ago to talk to me about this idea, I was immediately enthusiastic for many reasons. First of all, as you can imagine, you will learn at the end of what I say. And then reading the program, apart from the very good idea, I'm also able to perceive and appreciate the interest and how eclectic these different themes are, which certainly can stimulate new ideas, curiosity, and bring to greater fantasy and imagination. I don't think I need talk about Piero Farulli. Everybody has talked about him better than I ever can, nor can I stress his great merits in so many fields. Instead, I would like to represent an emotion which is totally my own, which I think Adriana was able to understand when together we talked about many years ago, and of the great friendship and mutual respect and admiration between Piero and my father, Sergio. My father came to the Cherubini Conservatory at the year in 1934 at the age of 9, and he met Piero, who was 15 at the time, in the class of Gioacchino Maglioni. My father was a pupil of Giulio Pasquale, and thanks to Paolo Giampini, who was director of the Conservatorio Cherubini, I was able to find the scorecard for 1940-41. Look at the report card of my father's for the year 1940-41. I think we'll be able to see it. Farulli is no longer there because, being 22 and a half, he's enrolled, he's sent down to Sicily. But look at, together with my father, who is in his 7th year, 3 great role players of the music life at an international level. The great violinist Roberto Michelucci, who died in November 2011, about 1 month before my father, who will be playing with Farulli in a first quartet. The director, Piero Bellugi, who died in June 2012, and the composer, Silvano Bussotti, who is living today, he's nearly 90, with his name was still written with an I instead of a Y. These students had as a teacher in piano Luigi Dalla Piccola. So you will understand how moved I am today in bringing you this welcome. Probably my father knew Fernando, who was a great painter, who devoted to my family a picture, which was very evocative, which from the end of the 60s is next to my father's piano, where now my mother's living, and which was our home from 1971 onwards. I'm glad to share it with you. I'm going to show it to you. My father and Piero were friends for nearly 80 years, and it was Piero in 1981 who convinced my father to take a class of violin at the Scuola di Musica di Fiesole, which had just been founded 7 years before. My father taught here for 10 years until 1992, 93, and then he continued following with interest and passion and a great deal of affection the rest of the years of the school. And in that last year, 92, 93, some time ago, something really strange appeared, something really beautiful, which I want to share with you just now. Publishing on my social profile on Facebook a souvenir of my father with a recording of his, of the Chacona of Bach, I got a whole lot of comments from his former pupils, amongst whom one from the pupil of Fiesole here, who in 1993 took his degree with my father after having had him as a teacher. And he writes, "Dear Maestro Sergio Day, listening to this audio, I recognized immediately your gravata, the intense vibrato, the profound sound, your whole school. And you will remember that I was one of your pupils, one of your last pupils at the Scuola di Musica, maybe the last one. And you brought me to my diploma in 1993. What a lovely period I lived in an atmosphere of privilege, completely immersed in music and art and in culture, with passionate people. We still meet with friends and tell each other anecdotes of that period. I remember your lessons, the fear before coming into room to beginning the lesson, and how angry you were if things didn't go well, but also how professional you were, how passionate, how available, and also how sweet. I remember when Maestro Farulli would come in suddenly, always ready with his difficult character. I remember his lessons at home in Via dell'Arcoraio when there was some exams in proximity and we had to meet more often. At the time I was young, I didn't understand many things, but now if I go back with my memory, I remember and have this feeling of affection and of thanks and gratitude. Thank you for what you have donated. Now I work in a laboratory for research in informatic engineering at the University of Florence. And your son is my dean. So this young man was so taken by his souvenirs when clearly it was a homage to remind him 6 years after he died. I hope that I've been able to transmit in these few moments something more profound, which ties me to Piero Farulli and to the world, which no longer exists. Thank you for listening.
Grazie, magnifico.
Thank you, Dean. The floor now to Francesco Pavone of the Department of Physics at the University of Florence.
Good morning to everyone. I will switch to English to introduce the first day of this workshop. Let me say first of all that it's a great pleasure for me to being among the organizers of this workshop. First of all, because I had the opportunity to work with Adriana and who accompanied Piero Farulli for a long period and realizing such a wonderful reality here. And I'd like to thank also all the organizers for giving me this opportunity, these fantastic opportunities in organizing a workshop in which, let me say that the music is traveling between the brain, the society, and the training. And I would to say that neuroscience and music, as also President Letta was saying before, it's an important link, a very important link. Also because the brain expresses exactly what music says. In other words, in the brain, we have two main constituents, which is the structural connectivity and the functional connectivity. And the way the brain works, as we will see in the first day, it's a strong interplay between this structural, let's say, connection and these functional connections. And music alters profoundly the brain. Music alters profoundly the structure and the function of the brain and involves all the compartments of the brain. And this is really unbelievable, how music is touching all over the brain. Music is touching the abstraction areas of the brain. And I remember once when Piero Farulli in a concert says that the music is the shortcut to God. And that impressed me a lot. And this is really true because music really helps in the abstractions of the cerebral area, but not only. It's involving perception, it's involving empathy, it's involving relationships, learning, attention. All these aspects are constituent of the human being. And also in many pathologies, like neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, for example, it's impressive to see how people, because of music, they are able to relate with the external world, despite their illness. And the way the music connect the soul of people with the external world is really unbelievable. And think about that it's possible also for a man and a woman that they are not able to hear, to perceive music. So all these aspects of the brain connect brain and music to society and to relationships. That's why I want to say that even if only the first day will be related to neuroscience, this will touch profoundly also the other days. Because all the aspects of relationships and all the aspects of learning, like training, are related to the brain. Think about, for example, the fact that reward is impacting a lot on, for example, learning. This is very important to establish a new policy, for example, for teaching, where it is important not to punish the person, but to reward the person, to give them the right value, for example. And think about the aspects of neurology in relationships. So we think about that the science and the music should impact as culture a lot in education and in shaping the society. And it would be very important how this kind of message that this Congress is going to give, like culture, music, science, would drive the new society. The new humanism should be driven by this kind of society. And this is very important. I'm very pleased by closing this brief welcome, how to this Congress we have more than 3,000 people attending, which is a huge response of the general public to the science communications. So to close, I want to say that in the first day, today, we will discuss about the effect of the music on brain structures, the creativity, the motor part of the brain, the perception of music in children, and the therapeutical approach of music. So you will see such a broad range of influence of music on the brain. So I therefore wish you a good listening, and I conclude to say that music and neuroscience represents a perfect combination to accompany people's lives and make it more and more enjoyable, profound and profitable. So thank you and enjoying the workshop.
Grazie, professore. A inizio ora la prima...
Thank you, Professor. Now we begin the first session, Music and Neuroscience. I give the floor to the chair, Maria Maino, Vice President of the Foundation of Pierfranco Risa Mariani for child neurology.
Thank you very much. And I would like to join my contribution in thanking Adriana Verchiani, who's been coordinating this initiative where we're all participating. I would like to thank also everyone who introduced this morning's meetings in the bridge between music and science. And we're going to dedicate our first works to this, to really put in the right framework what we're going to be talking about in the next few days. So we will have these two elements in dialogue on how music really helps understanding the brain and how the brain works in order to make us closer, to get us closer to music. And we know exactly, also as musicians, how the brain really is able to process so many things during music. And we'll understand from neuroscientists all the different connections of the brain and how the different music elements can really coexist in a sort of mix together, a scientific mix that is extraordinary. So we are teaching each other basically between scientists and musicians. Music also is a phenomenon of time. We're really grateful that we have a lot of time during these days. And we are honored to really be able to join these moments already mentioned by those who came before me, and also put together these different perspectives from science and music, and also, as Dr. Lecta has already mentioned, hoping that music will become an integral part of our society and our education. So I'm very honored on behalf of the on the Mariani Foundation to really guide and to be part of this bigger picture of international music congresses and concerts that take part in different places every 3 years. And we have characters of such caliber like Professor Amundsen, Professor Changeux, who are professionals who were really at the forefront and really pioneers in changing this perception towards music. Since music is mainly listening, I will actually switch to English.
Also very much about listening. And therefore, with all the speakers, I know that we would like to listen to each of them for a very long time. We have, however, some time constraints, and we are committed to keeping time. And therefore, hello to Professor Amund also, and we will therefore be requested to stay within the time and to postpone the questions to the end. Of course, you can send your questions on the chat, and we can communicate also with the central production of the conference. I will be giving to the speakers a sign 5 minutes before the end, unless you have made it clear that you are quite aware of that, and 2 minutes before the end. Now, as we want to have a maximum amount of time, we would like to introduce Professor Amund, who hardly needs introduction, but on the other hand, her work on the map of the brain and how music fits this map is an extraordinary achievement also about the functions of the brain, which will then be also developed by Professor Avanzini. And then what we will have as a counterpoint by Professor Changeux will be actually a closer look to the creative function of the brain in relation to music. We all know his work and the dialogue, as we spoke about listening and dialogue about music with Pierre Boulez, the very famous book, the Enchanted Neurons. So I think it is an extraordinary moment to be aware of how many eclectic aspects come into our perception of music, our understanding of music, our knowledge of music. As far as knowledge is concerned, I would like to mention another person who is overall almost a godfather of this initiative, and this is Claudio Abbado, who was also extremely close to the Fiesole Music School, who endorsed it from the beginning, who had it in his thoughts until the very end of his life, and whose message we keep also developing, because Claudio never stopped studying. He never stopped understanding and wanting to know how much we have to deepen our understanding of all the phenomena that involve the human spirit and the human life. So in this respect, I will take advantage of the fact that the previous speakers have been very much on time. And I would also want to mention that another aspect of our studies will be through the next few days to study the purposes of music, and whether biologically and scientifically and pedagogically, how these purposes are being understood in our common understanding as the public at large. Sono sicura che le varie relazioni saranno intelligibili sia dal pubblico generale sia...
And I think that all our discussions will be understanding and understandable by all the insiders, but also anyone who is going to follow us online. So I would like to ask from the technical department if I'm on time, and I would also like to mention Professor Lopez and Professor Avanzini, who was one of the pioneers for the closed-up music studies and science in Italy. So we're very happy to be having both here, because I think the long way we've gone through in the last 20 years in Italy, but also in the European Union, in the European community, thanks to participated in a very joint community that we're all part of, really managed to push forward the scientific progress in this field like no others. So it's a metaphor of concordances and agreements and joint opinions that really bore their fruits. And I'm really happy to be here to dedicate some time about this. And I think it's great that we have 3 days where we can really deepen all these aspects. Since we have the opportunity to start a little early, if the technical direction is okay with that, I would like to give the floor to Professor Amunds right now, also, because if there are any...
have to wait, but we would like to leave the maximum amount of time for the scientific side of this wonderful conference that will engage us and commit us also to its developments over the next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this excellent introduction and for giving me the opportunity to be here today. So when Francesco Pavone told me about his plans to do the meeting here in Florence about music, I was immediately excited and felt that this is such a great idea, which brings together the research disciplines which are so different, and I gladly accepted the invitation, and I feel very honored and proud to be here in this round. So would it be possible that you allow me to share my screen, because I cannot do it, and thank you very much. No, I still cannot do it. It is written that the host deactivated my access to the screen sharing.
This always brings good luck, when there is a little bit of a technical problem at the beginning. Then it's like vaccination. You don't have it later on. Wonderful.
Now, indeed. I mean, this is only a minor problem. So I would like to start the session with a talk about long-term musical practice and its effect on brain structure. And I would like to take the opportunity to come back, so to say, to Piero Farulli, the famous violist and conductor, and who had such a big impact on the musical scene in Europe, also Germany, of course. And when we are looking to his dates of life, then we see he was quite old when he died after a very successful meeting, so 92 years old. And there are different papers in the past published, and one of it is here, that came to the conclusion that the top 5 positions among the oldest old person for males involve Nobel laureates, very good, but then conductors, members of the Russian Academy of Sciences, then violinists, and then come scientists. And one can discuss this paper in a very critical way, but still it is apparent that there are many musicians who become very old, and old is old mean 90 years and below, or even 100 years. And this, in my view, opens the question that we can address. So do musicians have somehow special brains, which is a very natural conclusion, of course, when we look to people like Farulli or other famous musicians. So what is different in their brains, and does this have, or is it connected anyway to aging? And then the third question I would like to ask is, can we get new insights from studying brains of musicians to better understand how brains are being organized and how brains are structure and function are being connected to each other? And these questions fascinated me also from the very early career of my research. And one of my first studies that I did in Düsseldorf in the 90s was a study of motor cortex anatomy and hand performance in young musicians. And these 20 young musicians that we have analyzed came from the conservatorium in Düsseldorf, and there were 30 controls matched by age, and all were right-handed and all were keyboard players, because the musical education in Germany implies that you have to learn piano plus then a second instrument or first instrument, but all were keyboard players. And the question was, does it an effect have on the anatomy of the motor cortex? And the motor cortex is the region in the brain which controls hand movement. And what you see here is a horizontal section through an R image set of human brains. And on the left, you see an example of a left-handed control subject. In the middle, there's a right-handed control. And on the right, there are musicians. And in color, I have labeled the central sulcus. And the central sulcus is a landmark that separates the motor cortex, which is above, from the somatosensory cortex. And of course, both are very important for keyboard players, as we know. And we estimated the length or the depth of the central sulcus as an estimate for motor cortex side on the left and on the right hand. And for those who are not anatomists, I would like to remind you that the right hand is controlled by the left hemisphere, while the right hemisphere controls the left hand. So the question is, are these sulci deeper? And do we find other differences between musicians and control? And this is the result of this first analysis. I would like to put your attention to the right side of the image. So here you see a comparison of the central sulcus of the left hemisphere and of the right hemisphere in musicians. and the same in right-handers. And what immediately comes into sight is that musicians have deeper salsae, both on the left and on the right hemisphere, first, but also their difference between their left and right hemisphere is smaller than that of right-handed controls. And interestingly, this correlates with the finger tapping. And finger tapping is a test where subjects are being asked with their index finger to tap in a certain amount of time as fast as they can. And we see the same picture. So musicians have higher scores in finger tapping, which is not so amazing when you think about Haydn pieces, for example. Also, their left-right difference is different, which also makes sense in my view, because it means that in particular, the left hand has been trained by these musicians in their everyday practice. So we see a co-variation of the depths of the central sulcus as a region which controls hand motor control on the one hand, and their finger tapping score. Very rough motor skill measure, but still, a measure that is higher in musicians. And then, of course, the question came, what is the reason, or what came first? Was it that these people have some special brains and therefore, so to say, they started to play music and they simply practice from the very beginning? Or was it also a genetic predisposition, or was it perhaps both? And at least in order to approach this question, we studied, or we correlated then the begin of musical training and the central sulcus depths. And here's a result in musicians. And you can see that the central sulcus depths is negatively correlated with the begin of musical training. So the earlier the musicians started to practice, this was sometimes when they were 3 or 4 years old, the greater was the size of the central sulcus, and we may conclude that the bigger was the size of the motor cortex. And this was true for both sides, for the left and the right hemisphere. So although we do not want and exclude that there are genetic predispositions, of course not, but there seems to be at least an effect of everyday training and practice to the motor cortex sites, which we would interpret in terms of plasticity changes in the brains of musicians. And we see similar results, for example, also for the planum temporale and the absolute pitch. And there are studies reporting that those who start earlier have a higher, so to say, frequency to have an absolute perfect pitch, while those who starting late only rarely develop this type of pitch. So summarizing the findings, we found deeper salsa in musicians as compared to controls, and think that these changes suggest plasticity as a result of intensive motor training. Hand, there is less asymmetry in tapping and sulcal depths, which is mainly caused by improved left hand performance and enlargement of the motor cortical region controlling the non-dominant hand from the right hemisphere. And the sulcal depth is correlated with the beginning of musical training, which could mean that there's functionally induced long-lasting structural adaptation. Then, I mean, we thought it's really amazing. There are so many studies in young musicians, but there are not so many studies in older musicians. And we know that indeed musicians keep the ability to perform music also on this high professional level to very high ages. And then we ask ourselves, would it be possible to reanalyze these musicians after some time and see what happens in middle ages? And from the 20 musicians from 1995, we were able to re-invite 12 of them, and we supplemented this sample of musicians by another 10 musicians, also around 43 years old. And these musicians, middle-aged musicians, were then compared with the age-matched number of control cases. And I would like to emphasize that indeed, I mean, these middle ages, we do not speak about atrophy in a, so to say, dramatical sense. These are young people in their best ages. They are very active. And the question is, do we still see differences between musicians who are active and those and controls who do not play an instrument? And we subdivided the musicians here into two groups, into so-called M1, which included pianists and organists, and in M2, who were music teachers and string players. And on the right-hand side, you see that both groups also differ with respect to the time in which they were practicing their instruments. So the M1 musicians are regularly and hard, so to say, working musicians in the sense that they work 3 to 4 or even 5 hours a day, most of them, while the M2 musicians have a daily time of about 1 or 2 hours where they have the peak. So there's also a difference in the intensity, how they practice music. And we also decided to take advantage of developments in human brain research and methodology. So the first question I said, we wanted to add what happens really in middle-aged musicians, which was a little bit a neglected group. Secondly, we wanted, of course, to test musicians in much more detail, not only finger tapping or hand dominance tests, but we wanted really to better understand what they are doing. That means in which music genre are they active, their status, musical practice, and the contralateral co-movement test. I will come to it back later. Then we said, well, the motor cortex is of course fine, but musicians, this is not only motor practice, and we would reduce, of course, abilities of musicians very much if we would disregard all the other facets that make musicians so special. So we wanted to have a whole brain approach as compared to having an approach which is focusing exclusively on the motor cortex. And then the third point or major point, we wanted to overcome the problem that this first study looked to salsa and gyri, but did not really look to the underlying architecture, microstructural organization of the human brain. And this is illustrated on the right-hand side. So you see here again this horizontal section of a musician, and this is the central sulcus. But if you have a closer look where the primary motor area is located that immediately controls movement, then we see that this motor area does not stop at the surface, but goes a little bit further. Meaning that the border of cytoarchitectonic microstructural areas cannot precisely be predicted by sulci and gyri. So sulcal depth is an estimate, but it's a rough estimate because it may also contain different aspects of other areas, or it does not fully cover this area. So we took then advantage of developments that started in the mid-90s in our institute in Düsseldorf. And we started to map brains of subjects that donated their brains to science. And as it was done 100 years ago, these brains are being embedded in paraffin blocks, and these paraffin blocks are sectioned into 20 micrometer thick sections, as you can see it here. So it is as thin as one hair of me. And these histological sections are then being stained for cell body, as you can see it here. And the so-called cerebral cortex, where the neurons are being located, is stained here in dark gray. And everything which is light gray, these are connections, these are axons and dendrites, also synapses that connect nerve cells to each other. And let me give you an example of how we mapped the brain. You see here in the frontal pole, there are two areas located, a red one and a blue one. And when we look these brain areas under the microscope, then we see that the architecture of cell, that is a distribution of cells, differs between these two regions, and the two regions are delineated by this green bar. So the arrangement and distribution of cells is different on the left side as compared on the right side. And the difference is due to changes, for example, in the so-called layer 5 between two areas and also layer 3. And we cannot go into detail, but such difference in the packing density and the arrangement of cells, they have to do something with the connectivity of brain areas, and they are important with respect to their role in a certain functional network. So cytoarchitecture correlates to a certain role in a functional networks. And we have developed an algorithm in Düsseldorf that helps us to identify based on statistical parameters and test very precisely the borders between two areas, which is here located at the position number 106. And again, you see it does not coincide with any sulcal depths or with a gyral ground. So this is the way how we are mapping histological sections. So we are mapping areas over their whole extent. In many, many sections, we do it in the left and right hemisphere. And we also do it not in one brain, but in 10 brain in order to capture intersubject variability in space and extent of areas. And here you see the result of mapping of 3 brains, and the 2 areas, FP1 and FP2, are labeled here in red and in blue. Then we align these areas to a common reference space, which is an MR data set of a living human subject. And we superimpose the different brains and their areas to each other and compute on this basis so-called cytoarchitectonic probabilistic maps, which show for each position of the reference brain the probability with which we can find a certain area in a certain place in a human brain. And this was done during the past 20-25 years, not only for one areas, but now for more than 248 areas. And the result is shown here. We have just published it this summer, the first complete map of the microstructural organization of the human brain based on mappings of 10 individual subjects. And this gives us a very detailed information in a standard reference space where a certain area is being located. And this helps us then to better understand results of imaging studies of healthy human subjects, but also of patients. Unfortunately, this is a very time-consuming and labor-intensive work. So for each area, we need about 1 or 2 years. So multiplied by 248, so you get an impression how cumbersome and how labor-intensive is it, and also, so to say, why this is such a large and long-range project. But still, then we were able to use these maps, which have been obtained in post-mortem brains, and superimpose it to changes that we find between musicians and controls who are coming from living human brain. And this is shown here on the right side. So the green contours, this is cytoarchitectonically identified area 4A, which is part of the primary motor cortex. And the red blots, they indicate places where we see an increase in volume or a larger volume in M1 musicians as compared to M2. So an advantage in volume in those who more intensively are practicing music as compared to those who are less intensively are doing it. We find it also on the right side. So we find it again in both hemispheres, and this is supporting our findings from 15 years ago, where we found the differences in the central sulcus steps. In addition, we also analyzed again the tapping score for the right and for the left hand. And you see here again on the right hand the differences. And the M1 musicians are by far the fastest among all three groups. M2 musicians and controls do not change or do not differ significantly. And here I should, of course, say that our controls are very high-level controls. So these are all academicians, scientists, and as you know, we scientists, we love to work on our keyboard of the computer. And maybe this explains why our high-level controls are on a similar level as M2 musicians. We also see, however, that the contralateral co-movement test, the COCOMO score, differs significantly between controls and musicians. And this test scores involuntary movement of the other hand when subjects are forced only to execute a movement with the other hand. And both M1 and M2 musicians, they have a big independence or clear independence of either the right or the left hand hand, while controls have a big, so to say, a big variation, and some of them cannot control what their left hand is doing when they are forced to move their right hand. So here we have a clear advantage of musicians. And this could be related to the fact that we have also a larger volume of the posterior corpus callosum. And corpus callosum, this is a fiber tract, a massive fiber tract that is connecting the left and right hemisphere. And again, it is larger in musicians than it is in control. So maybe they have really a better organization or subdivision of work for both their left and right hand hemispheres. The last finding was unexpected, and it is related to area 5CI, which is an area at the mesial part of the brain in the parietal lobule. And here again, we see a higher value in M1 musicians as compared to M2 and to controls. And interestingly, this area is related to visual spatial control in human subjects. And let me bring the last result of the study. We also find larger volume in the left and right entorhinal cortex in M1 musicians. And this region is, of course, key in memory. And it is the entrance to the hippocampus, bringing all the input from all the brain to the hippocampus, which is so relevant in learning and memory. So summarizing these results, I would like to say that we found structural differences in right sensory and motor cortex region, also in the cortical spinal tract, which is a motor tract that is important to execute movement and that connects the brain with the spinal cord. And this supports the finding of the previous study that we may see here a plasticity as a result of intensive motor training in these musicians. We also see that the corpus callosum has been changed, and the interpretation could be that this is again a result of intensive motor training, but in particular of this bimanual way of motor training. So not only the right dominant hand, but in particular also the left hand. And we know from musicians that sometimes they are executing more with the left hand because the left hand and right-handed musician is also a bit slower. So they have to bring in more efforts, so to say, to also improve the left-hand performance. And maybe this result in the corpus callosum is related to this bimanual hand coordination. Then we found a volume increase in superior parietal area 5CI. And that might be related that musicians have to play at sight. So they are really fast. Musicians are usually really fast, so to say, in translating what they see with their eyes and translating it to motor controls. And this area is at least part of the network that is doing such a job. And we could assume that also results in this change that we have observed. And finally, we see a volume increase in entorhinal cortex, which could be related, of course, with an increased ability to memorize in musicians. And again, musicians play a lot of pieces without needing, without having the need to look to the paper. They just have it in their head. And there are amazing abilities, of course, of some musicians who can play not only many minutes, but many hours and have, so to say, all these notes in their head. And we think that this could be an explanation why we find this larger volume in the entorhinal cortex in these middle-aged musicians. Last but not least, I would like to give you just a flavor of how we want to approach now the last question, that is to really compare the musicians that we have started to analyze in the mid-90s and continue to analyze in 2010. So we have a small collection of musicians that we were able to scan and to analyze twice. That is in 1995 and in 2010. So 15 years are in between them. And you can imagine, of course, that 15 years do a lot, not necessarily with the musicians, but the technique, of course, is quite different. And in particular, the scanners are different, and there are no, these old scanners are, of course, not in place anymore. So we have the problem, or we had to overcome the challenge that we have different scanners. And these are not only different scanners, but the quality of nowadays scanners is, of course, also way beyond the quality that we had 15 years ago. And I was often in a trouble and said, shall I do it? Shall I not try it? Yeah, when we have this methodical flow. But on the other hand, I'm convinced it is so rare that we were able to follow up people for over 15 years that we should give it a try and be very moderate and, so to say, conservative with our conclusions, but we should try to see what we can get out. So what was the method? So we have two different scans from 95 and 2010. And what we did is we registered the 2010 scan to the 95 scan. So we introduced deformation to the brain data set by modeling the data set as an elastic medium, and then calculated, so to say, where we find deformations in the brain. So the brain is the same for every person, but we were hoping to see local differences in volume when we compare one brain in 2010 with the same brain in 1995. And this can be quantified by a method called deformation field-based morphometry. And it looks voxel-wise, position-wise, I would say, what are the volume differences between these two data sets, and this is illustrated here. So we are looking for every single position in the brain. You can zoom in here. What is the size of a volume in 95, and what is the corresponding volume in 2010, and then we can compute a ratio and can image it at the background of the brain in 95. And this is shown here on the right side. And blue means that there is an increase in volume, and we see an increase in volume in particular here in the ventricle, which is a finding that we see much more pronounced when we look to older ages. We see some increase in volumes here in the sulci. So the sulci are also a little bit getting older, and we speak about people between 26 and 43. So again, these are really young people. And we see a decrease in volume that is indicated here by the red blobs. And then we took the same method. So we applied our cytoarchitectonic probabilistic maps and superimposed it to these different blobs in order to see what are the differences. And these are very preliminary findings, but I wanted to share it with you today. we found for both groups together a yearly decrease of total brain volume by 0.18%. This fits very nicely with other studies. So all of us, everybody of us is losing about 0.18% volume for the whole brain over the time. So that's, so to say, a proof of principle or a way to see that these results are plausible. But then we found regional differences in volume changes between musicians and controls. And we see that there are smaller changes in the left amygdala, in the left entorhinal cortex, the left globus pallidus, hippocampus, both sides, insula, and putamen. The entorhinal cortex and the hippocampus, these are two regions which are important for learning and memory. The amygdala is a region that is regulating our emotional reaction and that controls these reaction and coincides it also with the motor center, by the way. Then the globus pallidus belongs to the extra striate, to the extrapyramidal system. So this is belonging to the motor system controlling involuntary movements in particular. And this is also true for putamen. And so here we see an advantage maybe in musicians, so they have less volume loss. We have even a certain increase in volume during the time in the amygdala and entorhinal cortex as compared to controls that cannot be explained by methodical things. So we really have a stable increase in volume, which I find very interesting. And of course, we would like to carefully check it. But it would be, of course, a very nice result to show that this plasticity is really going to such also stages of adult in such a degree that we can detect it on a macroscopical level of analysis, where the spatial resolution is 1 millimeter. So these are the preliminary results, and I would like to conclude the result that I have shown in the last minutes. We see that brains of musicians and control differ in their macrostructure. We see also that these differences are regionally specific, and I'm convinced that we need precise maps in order to identify these areas to build, so to say, also hypotheses of which networks are being involved. Musicians have a larger sensory motor cortex, both in younger ages and in middle ages, so this seems to persist over the whole lifespan. And so to say, we think that this advantage or these larger volumes, they have been developed in particular in younger ages and in childhood, while during later stages, we still see that the brains of musicians are changing, probably in response to their musical training, but this is related to other brain structures like the entorhinal cortex or the hippocampus or the amygdala. That might be an advantage for musicians really to be active and, so to say, to having a different pattern of aging. But I would also like to finish my talk with emphasizing that the brain is a very complex organ, and it is not only the brain, it is also the body, it is us as human subjects. And when we are looking to the brain, we really have to try to understand how the different levels of brain organization are being related, and how the hippocampus is connected also to other brain regions, and how the different structures in the hippocampus, like layers, are being formed, and how the architecture of cells is being formed, and how does it change over time, how cells are being connected. And we have the hardware connection, of course, these are axons and dendrites, but at the level of signal transduction at the level of synapses, we see, of course, also that there is space for plasticity that goes down to the molecular level. And of course, it is my particular pleasure also and honor that Jean-Pierre Changeux, who is a pioneer in this area, is following up my talk and continuing to address the topic of plasticity at this level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Professor Ammons. What it's all about, it also that music makes a difference. And that's what this conference is about, knowing about it, learning about it. And so we would just go straight into, as you did, the most perfect introduction to Professor Changeux. We will go straight into his talk as soon as he's ready. That's wonderful. Much looking forward to seeing then how creation changes when it's applied to music and music influences creation. Thank you. The microphone seems to still be off. Yes. Thank you. Wonderful.
And I am trying to share my slides. So this is, you see that? So, okay. Is it okay?
Alla regia anche il professore vorrebbe condividere le sue proprie diapositive.
The professor would like to share the slides live.
Slide.
Not yet. We are waiting for the production team to make this adjustment.
Okay, thank
as
you.
Before.
On my screen, so should be.
I may ask you in the meantime, just to have a time frame as we have this second. How many slides do you have so that we have an orientation?
I think 20, 25 or something like this. 25.
25. Marvelous. Thank you. So we cannot see the screen yet.
I see it on my.
Yes.
In my case.
Yes. Yes. A green at the bottom of your screen, a little green a scroll to the bottom after all the names, or at the bottom of your screen.
No, I don't see that.
You have to be in the Zoom. Vi lascio fare a voi. No, faccia lei.
No, I don't see it. So I can close my my screen if you wish. Or...
No, leave the presentation open, press escape and go on the Zoom screen.
Yeah, I am on the... Sorry for that, but I don't see the... No, it worked last time very well, but I don't understand why it doesn't work today.
Okay, so we have to make sure you are on the right screen. What do you see at the moment?
Now I am seeing just my screen. And au début de la réunion, nous faisons savoir à vos contacts, I am waiting for you. So I see my face. Yes. I have nothing more than that. No, I don't see it. No.
It's a stripe at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, but there is no stripe at the bottom of the screen.
Bring the cursor of the mouse to the bottom. It may appear.
Yes, I have here, but no, there is nothing. I think you are not contacted with my screen. I'm sorry to say that. Yes. Small screen.
Which
No,
will
there is
make the
nothing like
screen.
that.
Yeah,
No.
you go on that window. There should be a little possibility to make the screen bigger
No,
so
no,
that you.
there is nothing there. So I don't know if you are on the. I was in a better position before, but now I don't. I have no way of going more. So this is again. I am.
What happens if you press the escape key?
I can press that. Nothing is happening. So there is here. It's the same thing. Yes. 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 This is micro.
Next.
Un haut-parleur.
Après, vers la droite, au milieu.
Oui.
Il y a un petit écran qui demande d'être partagé. Donc, si vous avez micro, puis vous avez caméra, vous avez participant, vous avez ça?
Non, je n'ai pas ça. Je n'ai pas ça. Je crois qu'il faut recommencer tout. Je pense que vous. I think everything is wrong. So I start everything again.
Would you like to go out and come back?
Yeah, I don't think your system does not work. It worked in the past, but not this time.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to leave and come back?
Now I have. I see you, and there is share the screen.
Perfect. Yes, perfect. We have it.
Okay, so then
then take the first slide, and then we are ready to go.
Okay, is it okay?
It's very good. It's perfect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for all that.
No, go back to you now. Go back to the slides because you fermez. Go back to the slides. Now it's just your face.
Yeah, okay.
So, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not at all.
I'm very pleased to attend this meeting and contribute to the issue of creativity, which is, of course, an important issue that was discussed with Pierre Boulez in our book about neuroni magici. And the issue is to try to understand creativity. And of course, we are still in a very hypothetical position. And I would like to just discuss a few possibilities to try to understand this relationship between science, the neuroscience, and art, which is music. So what is a work of art? This is an important issue which is not often raised by neuroscientists. The work of art are artifacts. They are human productions which are created for intersubjective communication using symbolic forms, and which is distinct from language, is basically, not exclusively, non-verbal communication of emotional states, imagination, and rational experience under the constraints of rule of arts. I will discuss that later on. And there is an aspect which is essential in art, that there is an aesthetic efficacy, a staggering effect on sensory awareness, an explosive union of emotion and imagination that the Russian scientist Vygotsky called catharsis, mobilizing conscious versus non-conscious processes. Now, concerning music, which is one art in particular, Diderot said music is the science of sounds as they are capable of pleasantly affecting the ear. And I may say that Olivier Messiaen, the famous composer, said music, unlike language, does not express anything directly. It may suggest, create a feeling, a state of mind, touch the subconscious, expand the dream faculties. What Pierre Boulez further stated, that music is the art of selecting sounds, of organizing and relating them to each other, and which is not necessarily pleasurable. I think this is an important aspect which establishes but flexible codes. And as Messiaen says, it conveys not specific message or ideas, but states, whether stable or transitory. And the rules for music and language differ, but some resemblance may exist at the level of the grammar, and I will come back on that, an unlimited combinatorial recursivity, which is essential for the issue of creativity. Now, the artist is also a witness of his own time, and the issue is art in constant evolution or not? This is an issue we may discuss later on. So what about sound perception? I think we have to start from the physics of sound perception, signal transduction, which converts the physical signal into a physiological signal. And these signals are being transferred from the ear until the midbrain, then the cortical hemisphere, as beautifully illustrated by Catherine Amounts, and then to the prefrontal cortex, which you saw also mentioned by Catherine in her presentation. So there are, in fact, pathways for now, when you look at the music and the brain, I think we should distinguish two aspects which are very important, is music performance and music perception. And of course, there is no performance without perception. And here on the left, you can see the motor and premotor cortex, the superior temporal gyrus that were mentioned by Catherine, which are necessary for performance. And here on the right, you can see that there is a complex set of cortical areas which are involved, and not only the planum temporale, the primary auditory cortex and the heirs gyrus up to the frontal lobe, but also I want to emphasize on that, and this was, in my view, not perhaps mentioned by Catherine, the emotion. And there is indeed a relationship between perception and emotion, which is, to my opinion, characteristic of music. Now, in first section, to say that nearly only humans are able to be creative in art, and there is yet some predisposition which are specific of the human nature, which may have to be defined so that the brain of humans is in fact a creative brain. It's not tabula rasa, and as illustrated here, it is a product of long evolution, starting from non-human primates up to Homo sapiens. And the next slide shows that in the descent of man, if you look at Homo habilis 2.5 million years ago, the first sign of creativity, if I may say, is tool making. And this was found with Homo habilis. Then early on, there is some kind of artistic aspects which become accessible to the brain in Homo erectus 1.5 million years with a brain of 800 cubic centimeter. And then there is the case of Homo heidelbergensis, where there is a discovery of symbolism, the first funerary offerings, and then in the case of Homo sapiens, between 200 and 300,000 years ago, appears a sense of art, which is clearly expressed in, for instance, the drawings, cave drawings of the Grotte Chauvet, 30,000 years ago, and also the occurrence of music, since at this time one could find, together with these cave drawings, some musical instrument. This corresponds to an expansion of the cerebral and parietal cortex, the prefrontal cortex in particular, and the development of the right-left hemispheric symmetry that was illustrated so well by Katrina Moons. So the question that one may raise is how can we reconcile these anatomical and cultural findings with the genetic of brain organization? As you can see here, you can realize that there is indeed a paradox, because when you look at the number of genes in the case of the human body, you can find that in the human genome there is a similar small number of genes in mice, chimps, and humans, and the brain proteins are highly conserved. So only a few genetic regulatory events have been involved in the humanization of the human brain. And it means that a small regulatory change have been able to have a very significant effect on the brain anatomy. First, it is associated with the ontogenetic development of the brain, a scale-up of multi-level organization, a shift of cortical layer reafference from the lower to the upper layers, an important extended period of postnatal development with epigenetic processes of synapse selection, and most of all, and this is important for music, around 2 to 5 years after birth, a dramatic dendritic expansion in the year 3 pyramidal cells, which seems to be associated with the acquisition of social cultural symbol, language recursivity, merge of Chomsky, and music, which is of interest for us today. So there are a few gene regulatory elements which have been involved in this evolution, which let our human brain not only perceive music, but create music. And this is, of course, a beginning of a study which is trying to be further developed nowadays. Now, there are indeed genetic predisposition to music perception. And for instance, Peretz and colleagues, I found that there is a congenital amusia with anomalies with white gray matter auditory and inferior frontal cortex, which give alteration in pitch recognition. So there is clearly a genetic envelope, which is characteristic of the human species that I tried to illustrate in the previous slide, which seems to me involved in the evolutionary origin of art and in particular of music. Now, there is another aspect which I underlined before, which is the postnatal development and the cultural evolution. Now, it is clear that if you look at the newborn versus adult brain, there is an increase of brain weight by a factor of 5. And if you count the number of synapses which are being formed during these, let's say, 15 years of adolescence, you find that in a second, there are about 10 million synapses which are being formed. So the very interesting aspects of the predisposition of human brain to learning music, even in the adult, is that there is an extremely active proliferation of synapses, which is taking place during the learning period. And the idea that we proposed with Courage and Danchin in 1973, a long time ago, is that there are multiple steps of synapse formation and elimination, where the state of activity of the network is being involved, and which in fact lead to the storage within the brain of the information coming from the outside world, and in particular, in the case of music, all what characterize the rules of music of a given society and a given culture. And if you know now at the consequence of this kind of theory is, as illustrated before by Catherine, a very interesting variability of the brain. And this is one of the mathematical prediction of the selective stabilization model, that you indeed that different learning inputs may lead to different connective organization, but the same input-output relationship, in the sense that all of us have different brains according to the input we receive from our physical, socio-cultural environment, yet we may have a similar way of functioning of our brain, with, of course, differences, and you saw the one between musician and non-musician. So there is a critical aspects of learning acquisition, to my opinion, which is and even to music occurrence, is the prolonged postnatal development of humans associated with the genesis and internalization of culture, including, of course, art and especially music. So if you look at the example of writing, there is indeed a trace which is becoming established in the brain of the experience of the young child and adolescent. And for instance, in the case of writing, you see already that there are some abstract signs in the grotte Chauvet, but there are also pictograms in Suse 3,000 years before Christ, and also in the oracular bones in China, 1,200 years BC. And this is a pure cultural invention, like many forms of music in the course of the evolution of civilization. And these leave traces in the brain. And here you have a comparison of the literate versus illiterate brain, which was first suggested by Castro Caldas and Martin Ingvard quite a while ago, which has been confirmed by several groups, and in particular that of Stanislas Dehaene and colleagues. And you can see very explicitly that reading and writing are epigenetic appropriation of neural circuits which take place during development, and I illustrated before the extremely abundant genesis of synapses which are taking place during these acquisition steps, which is around 5 years postnatal in the case of human children. Now, this is, of course, an important aspect of the internalization of culture in our brain connectomic, which is taking place as a consequence of the relationship of the newborn with the outside world up to the adult, and even, as illustrated again by Catherine in the adult case. So this, in the case of music, of course, this is interesting because, as you know, the Western and Oriental music, like the writings, are different from the Oriental ones, and therefore there is a topography of tonal structures which are being laid down within the brain, and you can see that as a variability in the identification of the cortical areas engaged in the tonal structure. Now, what is the creative experience? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late, but we started late. So the issue now, after having established that there are some genetic and epigenetic predisposition of the human brain to listening, practicing, and creating music, what's happening as a consequence of the creative experience. There is clearly, looking at this picture here, you either see a male face with the nose and the mustache, or a female here. So you have a shift from one to the other image, which means that there is a other non-conscious perception, access to consciousness. And the idea we developed with Stanislas Dehaene in the past 20 years is that, in fact, you heard about the corpus callosum, which is a long-range connectivity between the two cortex. That, in fact, our proposal is that the long-range connectivity, which was already recognized by Santiago Ramón y Cajal and Desjardins, is involved in the formation of some kind of global neuronal workspace where you may distinguish between conscious perception and non-conscious perception, which here in the case of visible world would clearly involve reverberation involving the frontal areas. These are the primary visual, and same thing for music, where sound detection in a non-conscious way is highly localized in the auditory cortex, while when the sound or the music is detected, it's involved the prefrontal cortex as postulated in this global neuronal workspace model. Now, this has been further analyzed, and during this conscious access, this is a visual access, you see there is a special kind of electrophysiological response, which is being recorded, which taking place about 200 or 300 milliseconds after the start of the signal, which we call ignition, which is much larger in the case of the conscious perception, that here in red, than the non-conscious one in blue. And in particular, there is this kind of remanence of activity that you can find when, in agreement with the model I showed before, when the stimulus reach the prefrontal cortex here in the monkey, there is this ignition which is take place. So this is even more elaborate in the case of the studies that have been known by King Bach, which is the comparison of the response of a child to two pictures, one of the faces which are more cute than the other. And the data they get is that they may have, in the case of the cute face compared to the less cute one, a difference in ignition, which we may see and view as some kind of ignition associated with the aesthetic experience. And that also would be, of course, the case for music. And here is the comparison of images taken by Blood and Zatorre when listening to Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto No. 3. There are some chills, which are some kind of emotional manifestation associated with the perception of the piano concerto, which creates some change and positive correlation in the case of the anterior cingulate, the insula and the orbitofrontal cortex, and negative ones in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex and the amygdala. And you recognize here brain region involved in reward, motivation, emotion, arousal. Yet at this stage, and this is a big difference with language, we don't know the vocabulary of the relationship between these emotional feelings and the actual structure of the music which is created them. So I just selected the Couperin. Now, the hypothesis for the artistic creation is that, in fact, it would be some kind of variation, selection mechanism taking place in the brain, which is, in fact, thinking all what I said before about the development of the brain, the genetic aspect, the genetic envelope, and the epigenetic one. And there would be some kind of generator of diversity of the state of activity, then the mechanism of selection, and then some mechanism of amplification. Just to illustrate that, for us, this is a work published with Stanislas Dehaene for Wisconsin Cars Sorting Class, but which could be applied to creation in general, is that we have here clusters of excitatory neurons, which correspond to pre-representation of that will be selected in the brain of the creative artist. And then there will be alternative activity in a random way until the reward comes from the outside world, and which lead to the selection of one of the representation involving, of course, the molecular aspect of the receptor present in the synapses involved. So there will be two components which have major importance: the spontaneous activity of the brain and the selection of some of the pre-representations which are made inside the brain. And of course, the dopaminergic neuron would be involved and may match, in fact, the resonance between the inside world and the outer world. So just to show a manuscript by Boulez, which clearly illustrates the trial and error, which is involved in the work of the composer. And even Boulez, who is somebody extremely precise and extremely sure of himself, you was able to find a manuscript by him which clearly illustrates that his creative process went through a trial and error. And I may say, you may find similar things in Beethoven, and why not in the case of Michelangelo and many of the...
And nous avons 5 minutes.
Okay.
Merci.
C'est fini. Now I will close my last section on the rule of art. And Georges Braque say, I love the rule which corrects the emotion. And Pierre Boulez say, I love the emotion which corrects the rule. And why you have rules? Well, the idea is extremely simple. Our brain has 10 to the 15 connection. And the number of combination of our brain able to make pre-representation is absolutely gigantic. I would say astronomical, because it is in the order of magnitude of all the stars in the universe where we are. So if the brain of the composer was facing such enormous number of combination, the capacity for the brain to represent something would be extremely limited. So there is a necessary requirement for a rule which limits, constrains, and organize underlying hierarchical representation so that one could build up some rather simple piece of art. So we may see these rules as acquired patterns of connection, which are stored in the prefrontal cortex, long-term memory, in a, if I may say, non-conscious term. And these norms, these rules, would in fact yield the style of the artist, the style of Boulez compared to that of Beethoven or Mozart. So just to see a few of these rules, one is novelty, to invent the unanticipated, like Pierre Boulez. And you heard the Sacral Dance from the Sac du Printemps by Igor Stravinsky, which is in fact a rather unanticipated kind of rhythm. So there is here illustrated some novelty in the case of painting by here, and the brain imaging of surprise illustrates the importance of the prefrontal cortex and also of the limbic system in the cingulate cortex, in the imaging of brain during perception of novelty. Then there is another extremely important rule, which will be used to conclude my presentation, which was proposed by Alberti in the Renaissance, which is the consensus spartium, what I may call the universal search for harmony. Again, here, with a trial and error process. And you see here a set of pictures of the multiple steps done by Matisse to reach this beautiful painting, which is seen on the right. So you can see all these steps and clearly a search for consensus spartium. And if you look in detail at the electrical activity of the brain, the monetary context between consonance and dissonance, or congruence and non-congruence, you see that there are clearly differences. They are seen here. And in the case of dissonance, there are beats which are appearing, which are not present in the consonance. So there are signs within the brain. You have to understand, which illustrate how some kind of consonants might be perceived and selected or not by the composer. And last but not least, I would like to illustrate this kind of search for the consensus partium with the well-tempered clavier from Jean-Sébastien Bach, which illustrates how the search for the equal temperament is some kind of consensus partium that the artist so this is my time. And the hall of the chapel from Vence. And the conclusion that I want to mention, that art introduced some order in an unlabeled, meaningless world by offering socially shared creations. And I will close on Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much also for this image of Pierre Boulez, which allows us to continue the dialogue with you. And the book contains so many insight and so many straightforward questions and answers. We will postpone the questions to later. There are some, but I would like to thank Professor Changeux for demonstrating again that he is the humanist of the 21st century, scientist and philosopher at the same time, at the highest level of both. And this reunion is hard to come by. We thank you very much, and look forward to the presentation by Giuliano Vanzini, which will bring us actually closer to some specific functions of the brain processing music. I think Giuliano is going to also share something, yes, and the microphone is on. Thank you very much, and we look forward to more questions to Professor Changeux later, and we received some for Professor Amunz as well. Giuliano Vanzini, please.
Sì, io ho aperto, ma vorrei... E le diapositive?
Le condividi tu, Giuliano?
Will you share your slides, or are the technicians?
Sì, forse, ma era previsto che le vedo sullo schermo della regia, le vedo di già, quindi penso che...
We already see them on the screen. We see them on the screen.
Semmai se mi dicono come se devo fare qualcosa per vederle anch'io.
Should I do something to see them as well, asks the speaker. He says he only sees himself.
No, è grande. Delle telecamerine. No.
Non sono telecamere, sono delle specie di tesserine, sì, come del...
Sì, però io vedo soltanto Changeux lì e Luigi Ambrosio. Devo cliccare su slides?
No, fermo.
Sì? Ecco, adesso sono venute fuori.
Perfetto.
Però mi manca ancora il video click per mandarle avanti. Sì, ma non l'ho aperto ancora. Ma non ce l'ho adesso. Sì.
Magari...
Va bene. Beh, comunque se me lo manda, eccolo qua. Allora. No. Ecco. Però adesso non vedo più lo schermo.
So we have, intanto possiamo raccontare che il professore Avanzini è...
In the meantime, we can say that Professor Avanzini is also a musician, because it's a widespread disease to have this combination between neuroscience and music. So maybe here we are. Okay, well, I can see the screen, and I see the advance and the slides. I wish I could do vice versa. Anyway, I can begin. To begin with, we see everything very well, so don't worry. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to greet our very kind chairwoman, Maria Maino, who brings together the two souls of this meeting, because she is a musician and at the same time she is deputy chairman of a very important scientific foundation. But especially I'd like to thank her for all of that which she has done and which she is doing for the subject of music and neurosciences in Italy and in the world. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but anyway, it is very important that we are able to meet, even if just over a video. And I'd like to thank, first of all, Francesco Pavone, who's invited me, and together with him, the whole of the scientific committee. We have a picture here in front of us, and I think that you can see it as well as me, of the Italian quartet. Can you see the picture?
Penso di sì.
Yes. I wanted to open with this picture of the Italian quartet in the 50s, when Piero Farulli, who is here on the far right, because the Italian quartet gave a great contribution to the knowledge and love for music in Italy, like all of its components, and Piero Farulli particularly continued in elsewhere. At the time of this photograph, I was still in high school, and I remember the first concerts of the Italian quartet at the conservatory in Milan, and I remember it with great emotion. The subject is music and motory activity. Music and motory activity are, one with the other, closely connected.
Semplicemente per la produzione
for the production of music, motory activity of the whole world, instrumental music, but also vocal activity regarding singing especially. So I don't think we needed to mobilitate a scientific community to know that between music and movement there is a close interaction. Furthermore, all of us have experimented the irresistible tendency to beat the time when music makes us enthusiastic. It's more difficult to keep from beating time than from not doing it. And obviously, the most complete aspect of the music and movement interaction is dance, which means movements of the whole body together with music. Now, I wanted to have you listen. I don't know if I'm able to open it. I hope so.
Vi chiederei se è possibile.
Is it possible to hear this file? I don't. Okay.
Questo fa dispiacere fermarlo, ma comunque.
Have to stop it, but I think we better. Okay. And it is a clear example of what. Yes. Okay. Fine.
Fermato, però è andata avanti troppo. Eccoci.
Okay, here we are. It is a clear example of what has become part of scientific literature in the term of entrainment. Now, it's strange, but entrainment is not originally an English word. It's a word. It's a French word, entraînement, and it indicates this capacity that music has to attract to within itself the listener. You have heard from a beginning, which is purely a note. There is a development of a rhythm, of a musical rhythm, which brings you inside. Of course, Armstrong voice is very important as well. But the entry of the rhythmic element is a fundamental element of entrainment. In order to be able to study music in scientific terms, we need to approach it with systems which can be put within scientific coordinates. We start from pure observation. Observation itself can tell us whether there is, for instance, a correlation between a movement and the music that has stimulated it, or that which the movement itself has produced. And for instance, we can't have an idea of the precise measure of synchrony, but something more can be obtained with a video recording. There are methods of video recording which, using certain spots which are sensitive to light, allow us to reconstruct the movement of body segments with great exactitude in time, and which therefore can help us in this. Generally, we can say that if we use video recording, we always should use a video recording plus something else, a polygraph, polygraphy, where we have a video recording together with transducers, accelerometers, or some other type of recording, which then will allow us to make some correlations. And then what you see here in the screen, you see the methods of neuroimage. Well, to begin with, we could say that a purely morphological method doesn't have great potentiality for a study of phenomena which are to be approached from the physiological point of view. In theory, the reports that have been read out just before mine, Catherine Amans, and the extremely fascinating one by Jean-Pierre Changeur, who has taken our hand and brought us into the field of anthropology, shows us how actually the study, even the purely morphological study of the brain, can tell us a great deal. Catherine has, for instance, given value to a study of plasticity, which is one of the main properties of the central nervous system, using purely morphological methods. However, the morphological method is combined with methods of physiology. And here you can see how we can show the topography of any phenomenon, any cerebral phenomenon which we study, the topographical representation on a brain cortex. This is a map made by Brodmann, and it's interesting that Brodmann, who drew these maps at the beginning of the 20th century, used a purely morphological method based upon the study of stratification of the cortex. The cortex has a general level of 6 levels. There are variants regarding the thickness of each layer, the mixture of cells and fibers, and on a purely morphological level, he made a classification of the cerebral areas by creating this map. Now, what has determined a huge interest and maintains the interest in this modality of representation is the close relation between morphology and function, the function of these areas. Here, for instance, you can see area 4, which is the motor area, and it is that area where start out the commands that from the cerebral cortex reach the reflectors through the spinal marrow or these other cerebral parts. And this final way, which is in common to the motory system of the cortex, has a structure which is morphological and which is exactly identified. You see behind it the areas 2, 3, 4, which are the somatosensitive areas, and then you see the visive areas 17 and the area around, the surrounding area, and the superior surface of the temporal pole. This is area which is marked yellow, and which is the audition, the hearing area. Now, you can see that each primary area is surrounded by other areas which have a function which is correlated somehow. For instance, the areas which are around the striated cortex regarding the visual system, or something which is interesting here, particularly the areas which are in front of the motory area, so the premotory area and the supplementary motory area, and then the areas which are around the hearing cortex, which have a function of elaboration of the information which reaches the hearing cortex and which reconstructs certain characteristics of sound or of the ensemble of sounds which the subject is listening to. So in this way, we can get closer to an understanding of the relation between structure and function of the brain. You can see that when we began studying with these methods, the representation of the musical competences, we see on the cerebral surface, we discovered the activation of this area, which is area 44, which in fact is the area of the language, the block area, which was always interpreted as the pure area of language. So this has brought to the study of why there is this correlation between music and language. And what has come out are a series of important considerations which not only help us better understand how the brain works in the analysis of music and language, but shows us that in the attribution of functions to the various cerebral areas, we have to keep in mind the possibility of important interactions. And what counts maybe is the computational capacity of an area which can be applied to different dominions. So it is a concept which is different from the that of purely music. Let's use some more maps to show other things, and I think that I have justified their use. We should never forget that these methods have to always have a close validation. At the end of the 1700s, it was fashionable to study this discipline, phrenology, and it had identified actually in the brain this map where there were various cerebral functions all represented. But of course, this representation could be discussed further, because look at the functions that were identified. They are one can discuss about whether they can be imagined as parts of bits of a mosaic, and they basically have a great component which is fantastic and pertains to the imagination, and all in all they could be considered slightly ridiculous, as has been done with this other map here. You see this revisited phrenology. So we always have to be sure that these correlations have to have a base. The second consideration that we can make, and it is a limitation, is that, as has been shown by the previous reports made, especially by Changeux, there is no function which can be ascribed exclusively to a cerebral area or to another. The way of functioning of the brain is in putting into communication one with the other different cerebral areas. And so we have to imagine always the presence of circuits or of neural networks or systems or whatever you want to call them, which can correlate the activities in the various cerebral areas. Now, the last comment regarding methodology is that the methods, the physiological methods, and especially the electroencephalography and ethnomyography, which record electrical activity generated by the cortex while it works during its functioning, which allow a correlation, can be used in two different ways. One is that of the potential which is evoked, or which is or the possible correlations, which is to say the study of cerebral activities which follow a certain event. For instance, a stimulus. There are three types of different stimulus, and these stimulus are followed by waves which have their own denomination, which, as you can see, are rather different in the initial part, They're specific for each system, and then they become ever more similar. And as one goes beyond, one reaches a components which are practically repeated over all of the systems, which are components of a perceptive type or also of a cognitive type. Now, these are analysis of the study of the cerebral function in the dominion of time. The other modality is that in the dominion of frequencies, which I was showing you. Can't I go back? Can't I go back one? I just want to tell you that we are at minus 7-8 minutes.
Ecco, adesso sono tornato indietro.
Okay. Right, this is the one I want. So here we have on the top, you see a stimulus which is repeated rhythmically, and below you see an activity which is recorded by the brain. And you can see that considering the methodology used, which is a modulation of intensity of the stimulus, we obtain an electroencephalographic signal which is congruent with the stimulus. But if we apply an analysis method which is automatic and which can give us the spectrum of frequency, you can see that this peak, which corresponds to the 2.4 frequency, which is that of the stimulus, is repeated exactly both in the stimulus and in the electroencephalogram. So this is a method which is extremely interesting for the study in the dominion of frequencies. You will find in the literature an open discussion on how adequate is the study of the method based on the study of frequencies and that based on the study in the dominion of time. But this most certainly shows a cerebral activity, and then how it is generated at this point in time is not the most important thing. So
nello studio della
in the study of music, of course, and of musical competences of the brain, of course, it is important to know what aspects of music we want to study in particular. And just to get to a summary, we can say that the studies of neurosciences show that a central element for the relationship between musical stimulus and motor response is represented by the musical meter. That structure, it's not really a structure, it's a perception which we give to music regarding pulses according to a hierarchy, so that we have main and secondary perceptions which determine the meter. So we see the studies which show how the metric organization is that which makes more interesting the musical stimulus for the perception of music and for the perception especially of the temporal aspect of music, which is to say musical rhythm. So the definition of the musical definition is different from the definition of physical rhythm, which is simply tied to the repetition of an event. In the meter, we identify a tactus, which is the point of the meter where we beat time. And the musical rhythm has an extreme importance. So in entrainment, in this capacity to attract within oneself the which is a capacity that the listener has.
Scusate, procedo.
Abbiamo 3-4 minuti.
We have 3-4 minutes left. I have some difficulty in going on.
C'erano le animazioni.
Entriamo adesso.
Now we are in the most important part. We have to come to a conclusion. What conclusion? This is a study, cerebral responses to a musical stimulus in
La cosa
and the important thing is that the responses which we record and which are represented in terms of activated areas are not only localized in the regions of hearing, but localized in these regions, the ones that you see here, which I'm indicating, which is in the supplementary motor area, and this one, which is the premotory area. In this specific experiment, which I indicate, we see that the subject was beating time, and so it was obvious that there be a motory activation. But the problem is that the activation of the motory areas had also during passive listening. So you can see on the representation of the cortex how the areas are represented. The listening areas are represented, and also the motory areas and premotory areas. A further study of this very important finding was made by the group conducted by Large, and they too show how stimulation of the listening, here we are in a functional magnetic resonance, which is whereas there is superimposition with the functional activation, and you see it evokes responses both in the auditive areas and in the motor areas, the supplementary motor areas and the premotor areas. This is this was a listening of music. And when the listening of music is associated with the beating of time, the motory areas are much more evident. But what is important is that when the subject listens passively, with no motor activity and without any planning of motor activity, the motor areas are activated. So this tells us that the distinction between sensitive subject and motor subject is probably to be revised, and the motor areas, especially the ones that you see here indicated in red, participate also in the identification and perception of the stimulus. And another important point, and this is an analysis of frequencies like the one that I showed in Nozaradin, where you can see, these are recordings and electroencephalogram. There is no stimulus here. This is the peak of response because it corresponds to the frequency of stimulation. But if we ask the subject to imagine simply that what they're listening is a binary rhythm, we see appear a second peak, which is congruent with a binary rhythm. And if we tell them to think that it's a ternary rhythm, we see two peaks appear, which are congruent with the ternary one. So this tells us something fundamental, which is to say that in the identification of the meter, in this case, we see enter a component, a subjective component, which is active. It's an active listening. On the side of the listener. And two other quick points I want to go into. First is that the perception of the meter and the musical rhythm is something which we see very precociously in the development of a child. And this is a study which we done with D'Avanzo, where we did a progressive evidentiation of the motor responses in synchronous with a musical stimulus characterized metrically, starting from the age of 0, 12, 12, 24, and 24, 36 months. But it is important to see how early on is the capacity to synchronize the child who had fewer ears, had 6 months, and was able to synchronize. The study was made with a visual method, and you see that it has the capacity of being ecological, because you see the child is free to move. This is a schematic representation which shows how the development of motor activities of the child are accompanied by the capacity to respond metrically to stimuli, particularly characterized like this, which especially when they look for the response to the main pulsation. A final point on what we can find in the animal world as far as regards rhythm. Can we activate this video, please?
Troverete, purtroppo non segue perfettamente per un motivo di ordine tecnico, ma andatelo a vedere su YouTube, lo trovate.
You can go and look at it on YouTube and find it, because it's really extraordinary how this parrot follows the rhythm. And I'll show you how few animals have the capacity to follow rhythm. The parrots have it. And Andrea Cimatti has supposed that the capacity to reproduce these can be at the basis of this. However, Shu and others have shown how, in fact, other animals too, like sea lions, are able to reproduce with a nod of their head a musical rhythm. And these are not animals that have the capacity to reproduce vocal sounds. So this was just out of curiosity that I showed you this. One says that music is something human, just human. Well, of course, some of this is true, but we're maybe too anthropomorphic in imagining that music for animals should be the same as it is for human beings. It's difficult to imagine that an elephant might appreciate Beethoven's Fifth, but other stimuli, if they're characterized, will be significant for animals. And so on this dance of these very nice sea lions, I'll bring this to a close and say that the value of the study of cerebral musical competences is fundamental, as Maria Maino was saying, for neuroscientists, because it represents a channel of information, a further channel of information to use and to compare to the others, and from whose comparison new ideas can come out and have been born, as other speakers have shown. And on the other hand, it can be important for the musician to know how the brain processes music and how it does so during its maturation because this can have a great deal of importance from the point of view of methodology and teaching and production of music. And with this, I wish to thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Avancini, also for being so clear, and also by reminding us that music is not just human correlated, even though human music has its own features and specificity, and we know how well it has been studied between the different universal features and characteristic features between cultures. We were communicating, and we were told that we are going to skip a little bit the break. So with a lot of friendship, I would like to give the floor now to Professor Luisa Lopez, who is one of our ally, and she's really the driver of what happens in these terms. And she is highly regarded in her skills of music therapy, and being a doctor in a musician's family knows very well, very closely what happens between music and the brain. So neuromusic now, on to Professor Lopez. Okay, thank you very much. My background is actually inverted. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers, and I really hope we'll be back to Fiesole in that beautiful atmosphere to have our future congresses. So, with some nostalgia and hoping that it will actually take place, we know that it will happen again. I would like to introduce Flavio Keller, because the campus for the University of Rome has really showed a sensitivity when it comes to music therapy, and this is also my field, so this interest should be promoted, absolutely. And Professor Keller will talk to us about musical perception in kids, and it's a very dear topic to us, but also to the Mariana Institute for clear reasons. So I would like to give the floor to Professor, and we'll have a timer. Off you go.
Yes, good morning to everybody. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, so great. And you hear me?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, again, good morning to everybody, especially also to my friend Francesco Pavone for this invitation. I'm speaking to you here as a neuroscientist, although maybe some of you know that I am also actively involved in music performance with our University Chamber Orchestra that I would have liked to bring to Fiesole, but obviously this is not possible. So many children develop from very early on a very strong spontaneous interest in music. For example, in this short movie, you can see a 2.5-year-old child who tries to sing a lullaby to his 4-month-old little brother while accompanying himself with the guitar. Nina, nana, Nina. So this is, you probably noticed how also the little brother was strongly captured by the music. This other slide shows a series of drawings where children had been, these are drawings by 5-year-old children who have been asked to draw a normal car on the left or a living car, so a car that is alive on the right. And most children draw the living car with eyes and mouth and arms. But as you can see, this particular child draws the living car with as carrying two pianos in it. So evidently this child considers music as a quintessential aspect of life. And it is also, I can point out that this child didn't grow up in a particularly musical family, although he and his father used to sing their favorite songs while driving. So scientific research focusing on early responses of children to music started really in the 60s, but has literally exploded in the past 30 years. Oops, this is going on spontaneously. Contrary to early theories that were posing that infants are initially overwhelmed by a large spectrum of sensory stimuli of which they cannot make any sense, the philosopher William James coined the expression blooming, buzzing confusion for this. Contrary to this, it now appears that infants have a highly developed auditory system that can parse musical sequences into meaningful units based on fundamental musical features like pitch, rhythm, and harmony. And as an index of the infant's ability to interpret musical stimuli, investigators have often used the head turning or visual fixation protocols, so whereby musical stimuli are presented alternatively through two loudspeakers at the right side or the left side of the child. And at the same time, often also visual stimuli like flashing lights are used to attract the attention and so that the child turns the eyes and the head toward the active speaker. And then the video session is typically videotaped and scored by at least two independent investigators who are blind to the stimuli, and differences in the duration of head orientation or visual fixation on one of the two stimuli is then taken as an index of preference for one stimulus over the other. And so, for example, in a pioneering study, using the head-turning protocol, Krum, Hansel, and colleagues have investigated whether 4.5 and 6 months old infants, whether they show preferences for segmentations of musical passages that are consistent with a natural underlying structural organization, as opposed to segmentations that are inconsistent with it. As musical stimuli, they used very simple short minuets composed by Mozart as a child, of which you hear here an example. And so on. So they use these simple minuets composed as Mozart, and starting from the original scores, they constructed naturally or unnaturally segmented versions of the minuets by introducing two-beat long pauses. So in the naturally segmented versions, where you see here in the upper score, these pauses were introduced into naturally what was felt as natural pauses by natural endings of phrases as judged by adult listeners, while in the score, in the minuets, unnaturally segmented versions of the minuets, these pauses were shifted so that did not correspond to natural phrase endings. And interesting, as you can see, using the head turning method, you see that both the 6-month and also the 4.5-month-old infants, they had significantly longer head orientation times, as you can see here, for the naturally versus the unnaturally segmented stimuli. But moreover, the authors examined also the musical score, searching for intrinsic cues that could explain the preference for the naturally segmented melodies. And they identified 2 possible cues, one related to pitch and the other one related to the duration of the notes, especially the last notes before the pause. And you can see here that in all naturally segmented version, there is a fall in the pitch of the last notes immediately preceding the pause. And also considering the duration of the notes, you can see that there is an increase in the duration of the notes immediately preceded the natural pauses. And this is, I find it particularly interesting because in the relationship also to language development, language has been mentioned several times as related to music, because it is known that a drop of pitch of the voice and also increased word duration have been demonstrated to be important also for speech segmentation in the infant auditory system. And also, for example, in the so-called infant directed speech, the MADERIs, pitch and length related cues have been shown to be exaggerated in comparison to adult directed speech. And so this is just as an example of similarities between speech perception and music perception in infants. As you probably know, someone before has made reference to the difference between consonants and dissonance. And there is an ongoing debate about what is consonant, what are consonant intervals versus dissonant intervals since the Renaissance. And consonant intervals, consonant chords have been associated with sweetness, while dissonant with harshness, or pleasantness versus unpleasantness, or acceptability or unacceptability, like so someone was saying this is like hurting one's ear. Although composers and musical theorists like for example Hindemith wrote that the 2 concepts have never been completely explained, and for 1,000 years the definitions have varied, and probably this dichotomy of consonance and dissonance is probably too simplistic. It depends on the context, and there is abundant use of dissonances in Western music, as you can see, as you can hear from this short musical excerpt. So probably most of you have recognized the Grosse Fuge by Beethoven, opus 133 quartet, one of his last compositions that makes abundant use of dissonances. Kagan and co-workers have done pioneering studies on the perception of consonance versus dissonance in infants using the visual fixation protocol. So in this particular study that I'm showing to you, infants were presented with two different melodies of the same duration, each in a consonant or a highly dissonant version. The consonant version, as you can see, are thirds, are perfect thirds or perfect fifths, and the dissonant version are dissonant seconds. And the melodies in this case were presented through a loudspeaker that was at 45 degrees to the right of the infant, and then the videotape was coded for different parameters, and particularly as you can see, for visual fixation, length of visual, mean length of visual fixation, and also mean length of motor activity by the child. And the results indicated that infants looked significantly longer at the speaker and were less motorically active when hearing when the speaker was producing the consonant rather than the dissonant melodies. However, there are several problems associated with visual fixation and head turning studies that I try to summarize in this slide. First of all, this relationship between preference and the auditory cognitive processes underlying music perception is not a simple one. There are ambiguities of interpretation of differences in looking time. For example, in studies about visual information processes that the classical studies made by Elisabeth Spelke and colleagues, this particular difference were interpreted as when stimuli were, let's say, less coherent with the real world. For example, if an object disappears behind the screen, and a completely different object appears behind the screen. So there, the looking time is increased when there is this situation that is unfamiliar with the real physical world. While, for example, related with musical stimuli, usually this, for example, as you have seen, preference for the longer looking time is interpreted as a preference for consonant. So let's see, musical stimuli that are more familiar with the usual familiar auditory world of the child. And also looking, which is this principal response measure, can hardly be considered a musical activity, like Sandra Treub put it. And as I said, the interpretation of longer versus shorter looking times depends on the sensory modality that are studied. But there is a more subtle problem that is inherent with visual fixation methods, and that all these methods disregard the tight relationship between perception and action that has been first demonstrated by the pioneering work of James and Eleanor Gibson. So to quote James Gibson, he said, "We must perceive in order to move, but we must also move in order to perceive." A classical example of this tight relationship between perception and action. As a classic example, we can see this very beautiful study by David Lee and colleagues. And these investigators observes that infants, infants that are even a few days, newborn infants, few days after birth, they tend to move the hand and to keep the hand in their visual field that they see, rather, so this ipsilateral hand, rather than the contralateral hand, as indicated in this analysis of the position of the hand along the y-axis. As you can see here, you see that the child moves up and down the hand that he or she sees, rather the unseen hand. So this obviously could be simply a simple reflex, a sort of head turning reflex. But this is not the case. Is demonstrated by a clever experiment, experimental setup that these investigators, let's see, occluded the view of the ipsilateral hand and showed the contralateral hand to through a monitor, through a TV monitor. And as you can see in both cases, in the case of the seen ipsilateral hand and in the seen contralateral hand, while the ipsilateral hand was screened and the contralateral hand seen through a monitor, the children, these infants, tend to move more the hand. Not only, but they even put the small weights that they tended to pull down the hand away from the visual field. And as you can see here, even with increasing weight, expressed as percent of the arm weight, you see that still the children tend to keep not only the seen ipsilateral hand, but also the unseen or the seen contralateral hand to the computer monitor to keep in the visual field. So these experiments really are very much in keeping with Gibson's idea that we must move in order to perceive, and we must act the force. For example, the child has to want to actively exert a force in order to see the hand. And actually, nowhere more than in music are perception and action tightly bound together, because music is not only unique in simulated movement, but as I will show you also later, it is also crucial for the interpretation of different aspects of a musical piece. How music is stimulating movement. As an example, I would like to show you a very exhilarating scene from the movie The Great Dictator, that all of you know probably, where the barber, who is Charlie Chaplin, shaves a customer to the rhythm of a Brahms Hungarian dance.
This is the Happy Hour program. Make your work a pleasure. Move with the rhythm of music. Our next selection, Brahms Hungarian Dance, number 5.
as you just saw, Charlie Chaplin is using the razor as if it were a bow striking the string of a violin, so underscoring the changes in harmony and melody. And as the action develops, one has the impression that this is Chaplin himself who is producing music.
This is the happy hour program.
So in order to apply the principle of unity of perception and action to music perception in children, we designed a new experimental paradigm. And in this paradigm, children actively produce the musical stimuli through a musical toy that consists in a very simple, it's a lever that produces different chords, dissonant or consonant chords, according to the direction whether that is the lever is rotated. So it produces dissonant chords if the lever is rotated between -40 and -90 degrees. Between -40 and +40, the toy is silent, and between +40 and +90 degrees, it produces consonant sounds. This is the core of this simple toy. Is a the core is a magneto-inertial sensor that measures acceleration and angular velocities, and then so it the central logic unit that is calculates then the angle, and the toy sends through a Bluetooth interface, so wireless. It sends data to a remote laptop, and also it is possible to control the toy from the remote laptop, for example, for muting the toy, as you will see in the here you have a example of the experimental protocol. So phase 1 is a familiarization phase of 3 minutes. Phase 2 is a muted phase of 2 minutes, and phase 3 is again a sounding phase. These are the participants, the children who participate, 19 to 40 month old. Here is an example of an experimental session. Some children react with very clear disappointment. So it would be also interesting to analyze this aspect of disappointment.
Excuse me, have 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So I will briefly discuss the results of this study, and as you can see, this graph on the left shows the normalized duration of, in general, of the child moving the toy, and as you can see, there is a clear decrease in the manipulation of the toy during the muting phase. This is an important control to show that actually the child is responding to the music, to the sounds, and not to responding to some other aspects. And these are the more interesting results that shows the total duration of the consonances, so consonant periods and dissonant periods produced by the child, broken down according to the 3 phases. And a pairwise comparison showed that while there was no significant difference in the time spent in the consonant versus different dissonant position during phase one, there was a significant difference of this parameter, so that the child spend more time in the consonant, produce more consonant chords rather than dissonant chords. So this also our experimental protocol confirms previous results that were obtained with the look-in time, and there is also an important control. So it's not so much the number of movements that the child makes toward the consonant or the dissonant side, but it's, as you can see, the number of times that the child moves the lever to the one side or the other are not significantly different in phase one and phase three. It is the time spent while listening to the consonant or dissonant chords that that is really makes the difference. We have also at the end, I wanted to show you some very preliminary experiments we have done also regarding what could be the neurophysiological ground of this preference. As you can see, it's a very, very small number of subjects, but we used a wireless EEG recorder and to record the activity, the brain activity, synchronized with the onset of the stimulus. So these are sorts of musical stimuli, auditory evoked potentials, if you want. And there was, but an interesting aspect was is emerging, and that and it is related to the fact that we have a difference, a significant difference in activity between, especially between the right frontal and left frontal hemisphere, only in the case of the consonant chords, but more importantly, it comes out that especially high gamma activity, so in the high gamma frequency range, is is stronger when producing consonant versus dissonant chords. And this is particularly interesting because, as the neurologists among you know very well, gamma activity, while beta activity is associated with stopping a movement, so with inactivity, high gamma activity is, especially a burst of high gamma activity, is associated with facilitating a movement. This is well known also from studies in Parkinson patients. So as if this consonant chords would stimulate this perception, motor, so perception, action loops, so that the child is really more motivated to move, to produce one type of chord versus the other type. And well, I had other slides, but the time is over. I wanted just to show you some last challenges for future research. So I think, for example, our studies suggested real-time musical feedback to movement could facilitate learning of complex motor sequences. It would be interesting to investigate whether perception action loops are deranged in developmental disorders like ADHD or autism. There is already some initial research in this field. Also, all this enormous body of knowledge about perception and action, I think, is not yet been transferred to music therapy. And so this is really building scientific foundations of music therapy. I consider it an extremely important goal. And also what I didn't talk about, but it's also very interesting, the investigator of movement for the expression and also the perception of musical emotions. So then, I know at the end, I wanted to thank those people who collaborated to the studies I've shown Valentina Focaroli, who is a developmental psychologist, Nicola Di Stefano, who is a philosopher and musician. Fabrizio and Domenico are two engineers who contributed to the development of musical toy and also other the other experiments that I didn't show you, and also Andrea Costantino, who is a otorhinolaryngologist who contributed to this research. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think at this point we can open for discussion. And if you have any questions, you can direct them to the chat, first of all, and we will receive them. There is one question, actually. Credo che possiamo passare all'italiano, così rendiamo più facile forse.
Well, we can ask questions in Italian and they'll be translated into English. There is a question for Professor Avanzini, who has spoken about the interaction between area 41, 42 and the area of language, so area 44. And the question was, in what circumstances does this take place and how? So they were asking the professor if he could speculate a bit more on this subject. Can you hear me? It's not, of course, there are interactions, but it's not so much the interaction which strikes us, but the fact that this area, area 44, which is an area considered of language, is in fact also activated during the musical perception. And how? So what does it have which is specific? It has the fact that it processes the syntax aspect of both the language and music. In other words, the hierarchical relationship between musical sounds and sounds of language. And this has been shown very clearly in the question. There is also, what are the studies? The main studies, the initial studies, are those of Kosher and Federici, and then many more have worked upon them. Many have worked on Patton has worked on it too. So the conclusion is that Area 44 has computational capacities which adapt it to identifying a syntactic structure both of language and of music.
Prego.
Molto bene. Now, but I think there will be also a question for Professor Keller, but there is a question for Professor Changeux about improvisation. So how could you apply the idea of the selection of creative ideas to the process of music improvisation? You quoted the selection of ideas by Matisse and Boulez, but what could we say about the improvisation process as the aesthetic object is being created in real time?
Thank you very much. I've been trained as an organist, and when I was younger, and of course, improvisation is something that organists often do, and I think they usually improvise using a musical language that they have already practiced. So I would compare improvisation in music as giving a poetic talk in other circumstances. And it means that the combination of the units which are being used and which are, of course, non-consciously stored and become conscious during improvisation are assembled in a very fast manner and most of the time under pre-programmed patterns. And Marcel Dupré, who was a very good improviser at the organ, always mentioned that you never improvise without following a very strict pattern. And I think in the case of jazz, where there is a lot of improvisation, it is also the same. You follow a very rigid pattern where you indeed are able to introduce variation, which I may say have somewhat been pre-selected.
But there was another question also just now. Are there specific areas that you think are being activated by improvisation?
I think in the case of improvisation, the main contribution is the conscious workspace, because you do that consciously. And I would say that, and this is just a hypothesis, I have no proof for that, the prefrontal cortex would preferentially be activated, but this is at this stage a working hypothesis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also had, I think, some question for Professor Amunds, but maybe, Louisa, would you like to convey the question to Professor Keller?
Yes, I did have a question for my personal question for Professor Keller, because unfortunately some of his slides were not seen, and so probably I would have liked to ask if he has also done these experiments connecting movement in adults, musicians or non-musicians, if he has done any further experiments to connect the quality of movement as to the listening and perception of consonant and dissonance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that the time was too short. We have done, I don't know whether I can share maybe one slide or it's forbidden.
As long as we're waiting and conveying the questions, you can.
As long as we can fit in the other questions as well.
Okay. Voila. Yes, we have done. So it's not exactly true about consonant dissonance, but it's about embodying melody and rhythm using conductor's baton. And this is a very recent study. So we had two groups, non-musician group and a musician group, that they listened to unknown melody that were composed ad hoc and different melodies, and the instruction that they had is to move the baton up and down according to the pitch, so we use different parameters. We recorded the movement of the tip of the baton. As you can see here, this is up and down. These are velocity peaks, so upbeat and downbeat. And we measured the precision with which musicians versus non-musicians were able to respond to this melody, which, as you can see, had different notes of different duration. So eight duration, quarter notes, half notes, and here I'm showing you the results. We used a statistical method that is called Poincaré plots, from the name of the famous French mathematician. And so basically, in these plots, there is it's a plot that is used to analyze a sequence of events that are not regular in time. So we have, and so the interval between event n and n+1 is put on the x-axis, and the interval between n+1 and n+2 to the y-axis. As you can see, you can already see from these two plots, you can guess who is the. These are two individual plots. You can guess who is the musician and who is the non-musician. So you see that the musician tend to be much more precise in somehow embodying this melody. It's a new melody, so it's not known to them, but nevertheless they are able to embody this melody through movements of the baton in an easier way. Let me also point out that usually this type of studies are done with the finger tapping method that has been mentioned. So where people, but this obviously finger tapping is interesting it's useful to understand whether someone incorporates rhythm, but music is much more than rhythm. That is, it has been said many times. And so this continuous movements. Okay, I thought.
Thank you very much.
We have to retrieve some questions that were asked from the first lecture from Dr. Amunds, and two people have asked, and as she had to leave, she has sent me a written answer. La professoressa Amunds ha dovuto andare.
Professor Amunds had to leave. She says goodbye to us all, but she sent her answers to her questions, to the questions for her. The questions were, if a study had been done not only on instrumental musicians, on singers, what would have happened?
In brain specialization and changes in the brain in musicians, then Dr. Amunds replied, I did not study singers by myself. There are only a few studies on singers, including, for example, Whitehead in 2018 in Human Brain Mapping, studying brain activations. Our sample was too small to differentiate between the different musicians. So they have not focused especially on singers. And then c'è stata un'altra domanda.
There was another question for Dr. Amunds. If there are effects, neuroprotective effects of music, that is to say, if musical practice can decrease the negative effects, or if it can decrease certain faculties like memory and movement in neurodegenerative disease. And maybe this is
on the degenerative diseases, but Professor Amunds' input was that there are studies on the effect of music in patients with these diseases, and there seems to be a benefit. Also, other studies reported difference in patients who had neurodegenerative diseases depending on their education and on social status. The real question is whether this relationship is causal. So if the practice of music is, or the interaction with other factors can cause the neuroprotection and diminish the effects of the neurodegenerative diseases. So maybe the other speakers have input on this question as well. And maybe also there was another question about disturbed perception for Professor Changeux about amusia, whether there are specialized centers on amusia. So there are two pending questions. One is amusia, and the other one is the neuroprotective effect.
Amusia is well demonstrated by the work of Isabelle Perez in Montreal. And these patients have been identified. There is a genetic component on it, but again, the relationship between alteration in the genome and the brain phenotype are at this stage extremely difficult to establish. But this means that there is a genetic envelope, anyway, of the ability to perceive music. That's for sure.
So Montreal is a very specialized center on amusia, yeah. I think, yes.
That's the place where Zattore, who was also mentioned several times, is also working.
And do you have an opinion on the effects of music slowing down neurodegenerative diseases?
It's a wishful thinking.
Well, it seems to work. So.
I think I may say it's better to do it than not to do it. And what seems to emerge from the studies, which is already something, if it is true, is important, is that in the course of aging, the maintenance of brain activity by simply performing mathematical tasks, writing tasks, or reading books, listening music in general, seems to create a delay in the evolution of Alzheimer's disease or aging. So I think there are data along these lines, as Catherine Amun said, to have a causal demonstration is very difficult because you have to select music from the other cultural activities, and it's not simple.
Louise, I think you had some questions for Professor Keller as well.
Yes, right? I would like to ask Professor Keller a question from the floor, which is, vorrei sapere, I will say it in Italian and then in English. Vorrei sapere.
I'd like to know if you have integrated the methodology from Crozo in your research.
So they want to know connections between Dalcroze and your research.
La metodologia?
Dalcroze. Che è una delle metodologie di interesse.
It's one of the methodologies which is interesting in the teaching of music for adolescents. From
No, in inglese?
In italiano, forse la persona la parte in italiano.
You can answer in Italian. Yes.
Non, diciamo così, non ci siamo legati.
We didn't tie ourselves to any particular school of music therapy. Sometimes my impression is that what I tried to say in the end is that it seems we have different schools that are based on mechanisms which are quite similar, mechanisms of which are cerebral or motoric, but fairly similar. So I think that it would be the other way around, studying the neuromotory basis of each method. So the answer is no. The answer is no. Maybe I could bring some further comment, because actually in all methods of music didactics, Dalcroze and Kodai and others, some of the basic aspects are actually dealt with because I've seen this done. And the question of temporal processing, a very early on bringing together of stimuli, because the stimuli are very close to each other, and it's something which is the basis of very many systems. Now, there is a lot of interesting work on dyslexics and rhythm as a basic part of training. So those who make music, we then go and connect with the more general question, is it a protection or not? I think those who make music and make it early on in their life has a temporal reserve, which is set up, and it's a good reserve, which later could become that with which they continue working. Our brain continues working with it. So probably if we were to ever find a causal element, maybe we could find it in these basic mechanisms of sensor-motor integration. This is my opinion. Thank you. If I can add something, actually, this of cognitive reserve is, and I think that this is the fundamental mechanism. So we have that famous study from Baltimore made on a group of nuns. When they began their religious life, they would write a composition, and this composition would be read after many, many years. And they went and read which one of these had the risk of developing dementia or Alzheimer. And in fact, they saw that those who had a composition which was deeper and was more different were actually the ones who were less prone to developing dementia or Alzheimer as compared to those who had a more simple composition when they were young. So one really thinks that it's a sort of, the level is the same, but if one starts from up higher, one goes farther down. If one starts from lower, one hits that. That's the model that emerged. I like to think also that music, compared to other stimuli, which could be maybe music has something else to it. It has a model of resilience, because otherwise, in those top survivors, we'd see sporting people who do sports or who are typists. Instead, we see a lot of music, a lot of science, and some disciplines which maybe construct that as well. So a basis of resilience which can be useful. Yes, in fact, I'm convinced that where I was trained as a child, that in music you can't cheat. Even a 3-year-old will realize if something is played badly or well. So in this sense, resilience, yes, certainly. Well, we're coming to the end. There is a more general question.
This is going to be for both Professor Kellers and also others. So perception and pleasant for concordances and dissonance should be put into context from the study. It seems like the dissonance are put into a tonal context.
Several times, and maybe also Professor Changeux has an input about the context in which dissonance is perceived, and how much the contrast is available to perception, whether it's in a tonal or atonal context.
Thank you very much. I think the idea I may suggest about the issue is that very early on, the child, even before birth, is living in an environment where music is present. And I'm absolutely convinced that music has rules which are cultural, and that the cultural rules in Occidental music are quite different from those in Oriental music. and what could be consonant in our Occidental tradition with the well-tempered clavier, for instance, and what is consonance and dissonance in the no theater in Japan or in the opera singing in China is quite different. And
context is
Pierre Boulez have even had something at the time of electronic music. The issue of consonance in physical terms has no much meaning anymore.
Very interesting. So I think this sounds like a... Oops. Giuliano, yes, of course.
Posso fare una breve domanda al professor Changer?
I just wanted to ask a very quick question to Professor Changer. The microphone is off.
I don't hear anything.
Now I think it's okay now. Let's see. Giuliano?
Giuliano? No, the microphone is not on. Giuliano, we cannot hear. You have to put the microphone. Oh, okay. There we go. Yes. Okay.
The improvisation is the main expression of creativity, like some people seem to support. I think what you say is put some reservation about this concept. Of course, improvisation is part of creativity, but it's not the more genuine and most elevated expression because of the use of patterns and already things that are already prepared to be recalled during improvisation. Do you agree about that?
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, clearly, I don't think improvisation is not the best achievement of creation. And I know some musicians like Marcel Dupré and Olivier Messiaen were recording some of their improvisation to actually create more final pieces of music, but they very rarely took precisely what they improvised as the final part of the creation. And there is a further step of selection which is taking place for the final adjustment to the what may be called the final piece. Now, there are some musicians like Pierre Boulez who have been revising their composition even 5 years later or 10 years later. And there are even some painters who are actually going to an exhibit and which shows their piece and then paint on the painting, which is on the wall, to try to, according to them, make it better. So I think art, and that's what perhaps said by Flavio Keller as well, has a dimension, not only music, but art in general, has a temporal dimension, which is extremely important to consider. And this is part of what I would call an evolutionary dimension of culture in general.
Thank you.
Right.
So we have two very different last questions. The first one is about the conscious and unconscious interaction in creativity. This is a very big question, but as we have you here, I think it would be a good opportunity. This is a wide question, and Luisa, then we will ask a specific question as to conclude. But how about for Professor Changer, then interaction between conscious and unconscious input in creation?
Thank you very much.
The big one.
I think, first of all, there are experimental demonstration between conscious and unconscious processing. I try to illustrate this very quickly with the ignition process, which can be measured. And this is something which is rather well established by Stanislas Dehaene work and many other colleagues who have been working on the subject. Now, in the case of creation, it's clear that the creative process is a highly conscious process. I think, as I say, it's involved focusing of attention and the selection of components which match with the internal also rewards of the composer. Now, I had this discussion with a friend who said, "Oh, I differ from you. I believe that the non-conscious component is really fundamental." I say, yes, of course, it is fundamental because we build the creation from the memory we have stored since we are born, or even before we are born. And these memories are, of course, available to the conscious workspace, but they are stored as a non-conscious component in the human brain. Let's take an example, the language. The oral language is learned during the first 2 years by the child in a, if I may say, automatic or even non-conscious way. You know, they store the basic component of the oral language are being done spontaneously, if I may say, which is different for a second language. As everybody knows, you have to make effort to learn a second language. The child does not make much effort, at least from our point of view of adults. Maybe that you will have a different opinion, but they learn the language spontaneously. So I want to say that most of our cultural background, I would say, the language, the knowledge, the emotion of the past events, the history of the culture, our belief, and this is important now at the time where there are religious controversies, all these are being stored in the brain and all have some socio-cultural origin, no more than that, to my opinion. But they might play a very important contribution in the life of the adult subject and also for the creation. And I think Jean-Sébastien Bach was creating from this formal world of temperament, and Boulez is using the dodecaphonist rule and so on and so forth. So all this is associated with an internalized cultural background, which when acquired become non-conscious, except when he creates, well, then it's coming in the conscious workspace to be associated and selected. That's the way I see things. Is it clear?
Yes.
Very clear, very inspiring. Luisa, the last question before the afternoon.
Question, la dico in italiano perché è arrivata.
Okay, I'm going to say it in Italian, and there will be the translation into English. Were there any relationship or were there any studies done between music and learning disabilities? So Professor Keller, who talked to us about kids. Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'll admit it's a field I don't know very well. My knowledge is very superficial, but I know that there have been studies for which being exposed to music, for example, improves phonological knowledge and also the ability to read, so the reading abilities. So there is a correlation, of course, and it's nothing new, nothing strange if we think about the fact that through music, the child is trained to distinguish different small differences in heights, pitches, rhythm. So these are all skills that can be then transferred
di lettura, per esempio.
In reading abilities, for example, or writing abilities, and onto more cognitive aspects. So, for example, every musical piece we know that has several different organizational levels, so multi-steps, so multiple levels of organization, let's say. Just like a text could be organized in several different layers, and from the cognitive point of view, I think could be transferred also onto kids that are non-musical. Yes, if I can integrate on some more specific things that came out recently, that are studies between rhythm and rehabilitation for dyslexias of the group Antonietti. And there's a very recent study on rhythm by Sarti and Maria Antonietta Guasti, and they are carrying out experimental studies that are yielding very interesting results. There was also a randomized control study carried out by a group from the Fondazione Mariani. And if you look for Magnacco, you can find these randomized studies that could really give us an idea about the results. And we were talking about rhythm. There's a lot of rhythm, but it's starting to also move on to melody and phonological correctness, and some things also on working memories. And Amon's studies have portrayed this as well, because if it's true that the surface of the corpus callosum and the entorhinal cortex increase in time, we have hope also for those kids where these structures are a little bit altered, a little bit off. So musical training could really give a lot of young kids a chance. So I think after that, we can move on to the new session that will be around 2. Yes, and the new session will actually be a further development of all these topics that we just mentioned. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. If there are no other technical issues, we would just like to say that we're going to start again at 2.
Many thanks for the eclectic answers, and looking forward to the rest of the conference. A presto.
A presto.
Ha inizio ora la sessione pomeridiana Musica e Terapia.
We're going to start today our afternoon session, Music and Therapy. I would like to give the floor to Chair Francesco Pavone from the Physics Department, the University of Florence.
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti alla sessione.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of Music and Therapy. This morning, you were able to follow a first session where we talked about neurological aspects about the brain, both relating to the functional part and the structural part of the brain. We saw that, and we talked about the long-term effect of music on the structural areas of the brain. We also talked about the creative part and motility part as well. We also had a talk on perception of music in children. And this afternoon, we'll be talking about music and therapy, where we'll deal with some very important therapeutical aspects of music, especially concerning musical language at the service of patients. So in treating the well-being of patients and the effects of music therapy in childhood and adolescence, and then psychology of music and music used as therapy. We'll have 3 speakers this afternoon. We'll have Paolo Alberto Caneva, who will talk about the musical knowledge and, musical language and professional application in treating its well-being of patients. Caneva, professor of music therapy at the Evaristo Felice Labacca Conservatory of Music in Verona. The second speech will be held by Francesca Bing, a violinist and music therapist. We'll talk about music therapy in childhood and adolescence. And our third speech will be by Gianni Biondi, a professor of pediatric psychology, and he will talk about psychology of music and use of music as therapy. So I'd like to give the floor now to Paolo Alberto Caneva, who will talk about musical language and its professional application in training the well-being of patients. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, everybody who's following us. Good afternoon, everybody. I just would like to thank everybody and the organization for inviting me here to participate in this concert. It is a very prestigious and it's a very honorable occasion, and I'm very, very happy to be here because in these 3 years dedicated to celebrating the professional figure of Maestro Farulli, it will be 3 days where we will take our time to share ideas, projects around this very particular dimension that we call music. And we will do this by getting inspired by the enthralling message that Piero Farulli tried to convey throughout all his years, and where he was a staunch believer of the fact that music could really lead society to build a more harmonious and a more fair society. And this is something that's been taught in the school since the very beginning. I mean, I am very emotional at the moment. I'm a little bit shaky because at the thought of all the people that talked before me, and they're all men and women just like Piero Farulli, who represent excellence in their professional field. And I would also, and my thanks are even more grateful for being here to talk to you about music therapy, because I think it's a strong signal of openness, change, and novelty for our country towards this discipline and this profession that I love so much. Very well. Let's get it started. My speech title is The Knowledge and Professional Use of Musical Language at the Service of the Well-Being of the Patient. Is a title that underlies three main concepts. So, what do I need to know? What musical knowledge do I need to use music in a relationship of help? Another concept is, where do I learn this body of knowledge? And the third concept is, how do I use this knowledge whenever I am in front of fragility? You understand that each of these concepts opens up to thousands of different considerations, and I would like to apologize to all of you for the biased opinion and somewhat incomplete inside this huge and complicated mosaic. So again, what do I need to know about music? Perhaps it's more correct to add, what do I need to know what to do? So, especially because music, it's practice. So what theoretical and practical skills should the music therapy professional must have? I'm talking in the musical field. How do you differentiate, if you can differentiate, his or her music making from traditional music making coming from musicians? What kind of music does he perform, compose, and improvise? How does it play it? What does it play it with? Is there another music that it's more suitable in helping relationship, that it's different from the usual music we listen maybe during the day? There is no good answer to these questions because there are so many different factors when we have music therapy practices. It depends if we're working individually or in group. It depends on whether the person we're working with is an elderly person, a teenager, a child, or a newborn. It depends on the purposes that you agreed upon. If there are rehabilitation purposes or rehabilitation, if they are social, educational, spiritual. It depends on whether we propose participatory techniques or receptive techniques, so where people are invited and accompanied in an active listening process. And of course, it depends also on the frame of reference of the methods that each professional has and gets inspired from. I mean, these are very generic ideas, but trying to get more into details, the question is, what do you need to do, and what do you know to do when it comes to these fields? And in my opinion, the professional for music therapy should be able to move functionally on multiple harmonic instruments. So, for example, play several different instruments like piano, ukulele, accordion, but also having a basic knowledge of the idiophonic instruments. So, for example, I'm thinking about the Orff instruments or ethnic instruments, and also different types of instruments that are offered to us from other cultures that could be very helpful for music therapy. The music therapy professional should also have a basic knowledge on electronic instruments, and not just instruments, but also electronics in general. So thinking about all the hardware and software devices that help us facilitate and really support the music participation of our patients. Another consideration that I would like to do, I think that the professionals should be able to improvise, but as we heard this morning, improvisation is a very broad field, and whenever we need to train a future music therapy professional, we need to think about specific things. So I'm thinking about being able to improvise on major scales, minor scales, pentatonic scales, modal scales, and also being able to sing songs from different repertoires. So, for example, folk songs, work songs, children's songs, songs from the Resistance, church songs, and the whole repertoire. Also from pop music, because if we're working with teenagers, that's their repertoire. Just like also dance music, for example, or being able to read and play, for example, simple scores at first sight. So melodic line and accorded lines, and also being able to compose, transcribe, or record very simple songs or pieces. Of course, the criterion that should always be borne in mind is functionality. In all the areas that I just described, we don't expect the virtues of the concert musician, the professional composer. We're expecting the music therapist to use all this knowledge to bring his project forward, which is a building process of a relationship and being able to facilitate the participation to music. Before moving on to the next point, I must say that within the music therapy community in our country, in Italy, in this 50 years of history, not everyone and not always have agreed upon the importance and the central role of being a musician and a music therapist. Just to tell you a personal story, you need to know that when in the 90s, I signed up and I enrolled in the only music therapy school that was existent in Italy, the 4-year school in Assisi. Many of my classmates had no instrumental literacy. Of course, things have changed now. And another important point of reflection from my speech is about where. So in other words, where are the places that are institutionally dedicated to the musical training of the music therapist? I would like to underline this because I know that probably those who are listening to me, you can say, well, but the music therapist is a very complex professional and a very complex profession. Well, I'm here to tell you the little piece about music, so the little part about music. Therefore, where are the spaces that are dedicated to professional musical training? So where can these people train? Again, speaking on personal experience, I think the answer is pretty clear. Regardless of all the limitations, the constraints, and everything, I think the perfect space could be a music school, a conservatory. And again, I'm not saying that this is shared by everybody or everybody agrees upon that. And maybe a lot of people know this, but I would like to give you the general picture of our country and what happened to music history in our conservatories. So in this slide, I'm just going to read this list very quickly. In 1998, at the Conservatory of Foggia, a 3-year course starts. In 1999, the ministry authorizes in Pescara an advanced multidisciplinary experimental course in which there is a specific course for music therapy that in 2003 will be recognized as the first level academic diploma, and that was the very first course. In 2005, the Conservatory dell'Abaco di Verona and the Conservatory Casella are authorized by the ministry to establish a 2-year experimental music therapy course. In 2010, we have Cuneo and Matera with a 2-year course. In 2011, we have Conservatory of Ferrara, Then 2015, there is a first level annual master in Nocera Terinese, and in 16, the Conservatory of Brescia. In 2016, we have it at the Conservatory Pollini of Padova, and in 2017 we have a master in Livorno. After the decree of 2014, both Padova and Brescia, they activate a master for music therapy in 2018. And in Cesena, the conservatory activates or starts a biennial master in music therapy. Again, the situation is completely different from 2005. Have been some years since the maestro Romildo Grion, so the deputy director of the conservatory of my city, finally started the experimentation of this discipline. I will never forget when I started my studies and when I went into the classroom for the first time dedicated to music therapy. I felt very lucky, excited, but at the same time very overwhelmed by the sense of responsibility of the ordeal that was awaiting me, because we had no history before. We had no one to inspire ourselves. Yes, there were 3 years courses, 2 years courses, but the Conservatory of Verona was the very first institute that, besides the 3 years course, we have actually a whole department of music therapy. I would say that I'll never forget about the look on a lot of faces of the teachers that were there at the conservatory when we started this course. A lot of people felt offended, felt that it was a waste of time, because if you were a musician, you were a musician. What kind of professional was the music therapist? A lot of people did not understand. And here, I just would like to ask the directors of the conservatories that are listening to us, and maybe they're still hesitant. And I would like to ask them, what is stopping you from considering the career of the music therapist as a further professional outlet for young musicians? Today, the number of conservatories that are offering these type of training curricula has increased, but it's slowly going on. And if you think about, after 15 years of experimentation, we still don't have the exact rules. So I'm thinking, I wonder how it had turned out if Maestro Piero was still there, and if Maestro Farulli was also here, and with their passion in trying to move the institutions, what would have happened? But it's now time to face one last key concept. So, how? How do I use this knowledge when I'm faced with fragility? Or, more precisely, how to use more professionally the musical language at the service of the patient's well-being. So again, at the service of the patient's well-being, you've all noticed that I haven't said using musical language to heal the patients, because the music therapist is a professional who needs to promote good health, well-being, a good level of living, but unfortunately he or she doesn't heal anybody. And I'm not just saying that. Within all the different definitions of music therapy, the main objective is the achievement or the promotion of a good state of health. Of course, each and every one of us know exactly how the same concept has evolved across time in different ways of conceiving the nature of health. Health was understood as the absence of disease since the constitution of the WHO in 1948, and it was a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, so not just mere absence of disease and infirmity. Since then, medicine has started to embrace a new perspective in protecting and promoting health until the Ottawa Charter in 1986. But I don't want to bother you any longer about this. So how do we consider the therapeutic action of these therapists? So it's easy for me to proceed with negating certain things. So comparing the music therapist together with other professional figures inside the same field. First of all, the big division and the big difference is between the artist and the audience. So in music therapists, we try to always to reduce and to cancel the space between the stage and the audience. So in order to reduce all asymmetries, dichotomies, and not just external ones. So the distance between who is a musician and who's not, between who has a difficulty and who doesn't, but also internal and personal ones. And when I say personal, I mean the music therapist's one first, even before considering the patient's one, because the music therapist is a sort of abnormal musician. He constantly chooses to reduce that narcissistic drive that every artist has to become an instrument of music. So we're not even interested in success. The music we produce does not target the general public, the radio. Our customers or client is a generic other person. So every person we meet in music could be our patients. Every improvisation, every musical experience is our subject, and everything we make are for someone. So we make music for Antonio or Marco, and every person is the specific recipient of the music that we make. We're not even technical. We're not even interested in being virtuously technical, because in music therapy we specialized in listening to people, in their sounds, in their voices, in their rhythms, and this really pushes us in a much more generic dimensions. We are poly-instrumentalists. We know more than one repertoires. And then there is a big difference between the music therapists and the prototypical figure that is the soloist. Those who do music therapy learn complementarity. They know exactly how to work in a team. They don't want to replace the clinician or the psychologist or the therapist. I mean, we heard a lot of different professional figures today. So the investigators, the analysts, the scientists, the concertists, the composers, the musicians, the neurologist, and so forth. But we are together in these days, and we're all trying to really promote a dialogue. And as Professor Scardelli would say, one unique dialogue. And I would like to conclude by saying that I would like to say that a music therapy professional is an expert of musicking, so making music together, so music plus making, of active in musical sound involvement for those people that are fragile, discriminated, and alone. And unfortunately, we're very familiar to loneliness nowadays. Thank you for the attention. Thank you, Paolo, for your beautiful speech. I think the questions will be asked actually later. At this point, I would like to introduce our second speaker for this afternoon's lesson.
Devo abilitare un video?
Yes, I need to activate my video. Okay, Yeah, I need to turn on my video. Okay, perfect. So at this point, I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, Francesca Bing, who will talk to us about music therapy in childhood and adolescence. I would like to remind all of the speakers that have 30 to 35 minutes max to speak. Thank you, Francesca.
Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening to you all. I am very happy. I'm honored to be here. I am a violinist, and I have studied at the Scuola di Musica di Fiesole when I was member of the Orchestra Giovanile Italiano, and so I came to know Maestro Farulli because I participated in his classes for quartets. And my life, together with the violin, has been enriched by the study of music therapy. And now I can be grateful for these two aspects of music which belong to my daily life. Playing the violin as a professional and doing music therapy. These two aspects come together in myself and nurture each other. So I feel privileged in having both of these facts that intermingle. I want to thank Paolo Bettocano for what he said, and I want to go back to what he said regarding functionality, because I speak of music therapy, of functional music therapy. Why do we call it so? We all know that music produces well-being, and what the speaker said this morning regarding neuroscience underlines how beneficial sound can be on everything starting from the brain cortex. But if music altogether, such as height of timbre, rhythm, is strategically used with a specific aim and with an intention to the benefit of reinforcement or rehabilitation, which can express the well-being, as Paolo was saying before me, then it takes on an additional value. It becomes functional for something. It becomes a support we can lean on. It becomes a channel we can express ourselves with. It becomes a vehicle of communication. It becomes a motivation to actions which up to now were not spontaneous. And so it takes upon itself a power which is intrinsical and which comes to the light in all of its complex and extraordinary force.
La relazione attraverso I suoni.
Relationship through sounds. I'll go back a bit. What is a relationship and what seals a relationship? Passion, whatever it be. I remember my lessons with Master Farulli, passion for music, passion for the quartet, passion for execution, for the youth, for beauty. And all of those who've studied with Piero Farulli and who are listening will remember and know all of the different bits and pieces and the vivacious colors that this passion gave, both inside and outside of the classrooms. Music therapy is a passion for every being, which often is hidden behind disability, but who does exist. And music has the extraordinary power of knowing how to find it and to make it blossom. What does it mean in music therapy and functional music therapy to install a relationship of contact and faith through sounds? There are moments at the beginning which are extraordinary and which, unfortunately, I can't go back to, and I don't want to go back to because anyhow, it is difficult for me and it creates difficulties. If we think of a telecamera at the very beginning in the first encounters, it's also intimate and so delicate. In the first meetings, there is an improvisation, there is a dialogue, as Professor Conevo was talking about before, which is not playing by chance. It means following every movement of the patient, every eyelid batting. There are some children who don't communicate through their voice, but communicate through their gestures, some even not through their gestures, through the fact that they bat their eyelashes, or some communicate through intervals which are vocal. And here I want to stress the fundamental importance of knowing all of the different aspects of music and of knowing how to play instruments. just like my colleague was saying before me. Because if a child expresses himself through an interval, you have to realize that it is a third minor, because through the sound of the piano, the third minor, if it can attract the attention of the child, and modulating it to a third major, it can create an opening. This is a small example. The children never play by, they often repeat, they change and repeat, as if they were missing a beginning or an ending of a thread which the music therapist tries to bring back together and put back together. This is what happens. So not only setting up a type of communication, the beginning of a relationship, we try and reinforce a mental process which means beginning, progression, and end. All of this in a condition of well-being. All of this is hidden underneath the beauty, the beautiful sounds, so that, as I always say, we have to enhance the importance of having beautiful instruments, not fake instruments, beautiful keyboards, because the frequency is important, is very important.
Io suono, io sono.
In sound, I am. In what physical and psychophysical areas can music therapy intervene? First of all, in the expression of oneself, and then in the awareness, in communication, in relationships. Expression of oneself, desire to communicate, and this is at the basis of relation with the outside world and with the awareness of oneself. So it is a fundamental step in music therapy, which favors the awareness process and also the acceptance process. How can this be translated into music therapy? Freedom of exploration of instruments, and thus the joy of desiring certain capacities in playing it, liberty of expression on tones, rhythm, and intensity. It will never happen, in spite of sometimes some ears have rebelled against the fact that I say, play less loudly, because it's a world that has to come out. The music therapist has to welcome it and try, considering the well-being of the other person, to conduct him. So it's in a sound dialogue, what at the beginning can seem to be of an excessive intensity, successively will be brought back to a harmony, which is consonance according to our culture today. But from what can seem to be an excess, we can see a change, considering the intensity, the discovery of the intensity which varies, and therefore an opening with a comparison.
Sorrido perché sono
these are my children. They are stories. They are beauties. We talk about development. We talk about difficulty. We talk about victories. So what helps us, and how does music therapy help? There is a very important development. Music and movement cannot be divided. The body and movement helps concentration, attention, memory, perception of space, the contact with others. And music helps us to stimulate the functionality of one's body, and it improves coordination and reflexes and manuality. This has been said in scientific words in a very detailed fashion this morning. The body is not only a material support of the action of the mind, it is a theater where we see processes of thought and emotions. In the body, we see concrete experience of temporality through the biological process of growth and teaching, and through the time and energy and daily activity, where music reinforces, it gives a force in this process. The movements we see, together with the movement, are not only a mechanical support to production, The schemes of motor movements are interiorized, and coordination and precision is an expression of space models, temporal models of the mind based on body representations of the movement of sound. These are schemes which are oriented for a time and which find a sense in expression, an intensity of expression, and in sound. Movement, in order to reach an end, eliminates the elements of disturbance and becomes ever more economic. Automatization makes the individual independent from the superior controls, is the fruit of rhythmical repetition of an object of thought. And music in this has this very great privilege of being a motivation, because it reaches reaching sound activates very many parts which otherwise would not be activated, cannot be activated only with word or commands or with images. But frequencies, yes, because we are frequencies. The awareness in front of problems and situations corresponds to a form of attention of a subject on their own activity. The interiorization and awareness which comes through the body. Interiority of the model takes place when adaptation between movement and situation will be aimed again at the aim which is to be reached. And all of this is something which music has. Music has the privilege of coordinating all this. We start out, I'm looking at the image of the picture of Anne. We start from little songs, we start from games, moments of improvisation, and down we come to setting up children with a disability to study an instrument like the violin. And that is why I'd like to stress that what the family sees beyond the satisfaction of seeing one's own child being able to somehow or other carry out a performance, so that the joy of the child is the joy of the parent. But the mother underlines the fact that at school they're better at reading, their reading is more attentive, more fluid, they have more self-esteem vis-a-vis their children, their friends, and this is always after they've studying the violin and have been doing music therapy. This, for instance, is an example of of fine motricity in contributing to the development of motricity. Playing the keyboard of the piano, which starts out many aspects, very differentiated uses of the hand, both the right and left, reinforcement of lateralization. We know that the left brain hemisphere is different from the right. One controls language, writing, and logic, and uses a linear way of thinking, whereas in the right hemisphere, there are the functions of visuality and imagination and music, and intuitive and synthetic movement, which controls emotions and creativity and imagination and spatial awareness and a holistic way of thinking. So working on what we call right and left is working on the lateralization of the hemispheres. There is a control of specific physical movements. There is a deciphering and reading, which is perception and visual. And after having explored the piano, we can go into games and exercises. For them, they're games. For me, of course, it's stimulating and developing certain areas. And so there is a pre-reading. There are the notes that are colors. They're brought onto the piano. We see the visual exercise, the ocular exercise. We see the coordination. And after that, the colors and notes don't exist. We see only the notes, but we see the interiorization of the invitation, which denotes that note, the rhythm, and all the rest. So the children, of course, enjoy themselves through strategies and processes, but I let them work. And this is funny. You see, before the music therapy and after, because there is an activation of very many components. And so there is a lot of work which needs to be done and which gets done.
Allora, adesso volevo Io non sento il video.
I can't hear the video though.
Io non sento il video. Comunque questo video
this video, which unfortunately I can't hear, says the speaker, shows all of that which it means when we talk about rhythm.
Scusatemi, ma Nel frattempo dico che il ritmo.
Meantime, I want to say that rhythm is an auxiliary channel which supports the whole development of language, because rhythm is really an anchor for expression of sounds that form words. It cements sound in the mind and the muscles of the mouth. And studies from electroencephalography, as been said this morning by our colleagues, suggest that rhythm, especially the music metric in song, helps improve the understanding of text through the synchronization of neural activity with syllables.
Ecco, io non ho sentito bene.
There you go. I couldn't hear very well, but I really hope all the participants in our audience could really hear and understand this video. So in language, we have several different steps. First of all, the voice expression, besides using words, and I think that's very important because our voices are most intimate part of our sound expression. And then you have the sentence and the word. You've seen how the tone and the pitch of certain parts of the sentence really highlights and really brings the attention of the kid onto the most lacking part, and that's a training, because that's what it is. It's whenever you have a rehabilitation functional pathway, and again, towards achieving the well-being, and it's a training that brings forward many benefits. The use of songs, of course, helps a lot with language learning, and the presence of rhythmic borders can improve the phonological discrimination, since the change of syllables is often together with a change of intonation and accents. In addition, the constant structuring of musical and linguistic aspects really optimizes some learning mechanisms. A lot easier to learn the lyrics by singing them than just to learn them by heart. Besides some scientific studies that support the role of song in language, song is something pleasant to children. It gives them a context where they can learn better. So learning something by singing it, it's not like simply learning it. And that's why the song is very motivating and allows the kids to practice by repeating without being too monotonous. And that's incredibly important for language learning. I always prefer to invent songs. Every kid has its own song. Every kid is different. There's someone who wants to be a princess, a cat, a ghost. So every kid in self-helping in their own expression, they also invent certain songs by themselves. Sometimes they come back from kindergarten or school from situations where they felt in difficulty, and they really feel like decompressing somehow. And that's how we invent songs as self-expression. And where you don't have lyrics, you have instruments. Wherever you don't have the instrument, you have the body. Or
Allora, abbiamo parlato di linguaggio. Suoniamo la parola. Si può un attimo? Ecco, grazie. Volevo introdurre questo video perché stavo dicendo c'è l'emissione del suono, c'è la sillaba, c'è la frase, c'è il linguaggio, c'è l'attenzione. Il mio lavoro di musicoterapia, ripeto, sempre su una base di benessere e mai di violenza, su un bambino, però rivolta comunque a delle migliorie che possono esistere, si occupa anche della lettoscrittura.
So this also deals with the electro-writing when the child.
I would like to apologize for the technical inconvenience. So whenever the kid has to go through certain processes, I really accompany its well-being together with the kid. And I just realized that certain rhythmic games and certain invented songs are very helpful. And we refer to the global language context into dividing the word, to also dividing this in syllables up until to dividing them in letters. But using instruments is really helpful, and it really supports the reading process, for example. I mean, there are other frequencies, and they're activated way before any other stimuli. And this is an example of a child that is stimulated to reading in a different way.
Suoniamo la parola mare, mare, brava, brava, bravissima, brava, brava, bravissima. Io? E canta allora. Canta, vedi? Che Allora, vediamo, Queste sono un po' più complesse. Attenzione.
Let's take a look now. These are a little bit more complex. Actually, let's try to read them first. What's it written here? Riso, so rice. Here, sole, so sun. Very well.
Esther, suoniamo la parola sole.
Esther, let's play the word sole, sun.
Brava, brava, bravissima.
Very well.
Esther, suoniamo la parola sole.
Esther, let's play the word sun, sole. No, I'm saying sun. That's rice. Perfect. All right.
Ecco. Quindi
okay. So again, there could be processes that are activated and supported by so many different musical nuances that are incredible. A tool that I've been using for several years in my music therapy studies is the harmonic bed, or the sound bed, or even called monochord bed. Finds multiple uses in both therapeutical and music therapy re-education for the stimulation in children with disabilities, some kids and also adults that have fragilities. I mean, right now we're talking about children and adolescents, so we're going to focus on that. It's a string instrument similar to a harp. It's has a shape of a table, has a surface where the piano is with the playing is totally empty, and acts as a resonating body. Some kids are invited to really lie on it, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it took me like 9 months for a kid to actually finally lie down on this bed, because the resonance in this bed is really, really strong, and sometimes it takes a while to convince them to lie down on this bed. For children with listening and speech difficulties, with sensory motor dysfunctions or perception disorders, or also auditory tactile proprioceptive area problems, this sound table is very, very useful, and it could be used for several different purposes, but also for non-targeted sessions, just for general relaxation or musical motivation. And I've noticed throughout the years that it's something extraordinary, because it really relaxes certain hyper kids who even fell asleep sometime, or others who had the opposite problem that woke up and started playing some instruments. It's like as if these frequencies were touching the most fragile parts, the parts that need a little bit of cuddling, a little bit of support. Both surfaces resonate and allow for good sound diffusions, and all the strings are tuned to the same note. When you play it, it seems like you're playing thousands of different notes, but the note is actually one, and are the harmonicals that create these natural oscillations, and when the tuning is on point, obviously the harmonics actually play well. Imagine 64 strings that are tuned in a unison.
Nel corso della mia esperienza,
throughout my experience, I've just summed up here
frasi che rimandano
some sentences that refer to my experience. This sound bed was particularly useful to regulate muscles and the emotional tone, so toning and relaxing is actually exactly like I was saying before. The stimulation of fine and coarse motility of the hand and the arm, because sometimes these kids feel intimidated that they want to, sit on my lap, for example. The simulation of impulse control and strength regulation. I mean, playing these chords and these strings require a certain strength, and we've noticed that there is a better control of movements. Learning to listen in cases of children with hearing problems, because would not only stimulate the hearing channel, but everything. By lying on this bed, all these frequencies really pervade you. Then the sensitization to complete listening through the enhancement of tactile and auditive listening, together also with an integration of external perception and self-perception. I know that sometimes this relationship is also supported with some vocal inputs from my voice. And then also vocal training, language training, and the elaboration of a melody sensation of both word and phrase. The kids always start from a sound, and then we can sort of guide them towards making words. So also a raising sensitivity towards ability of intonation in speaking, singing, more interaction, stimulation, and also relaxation of the therapists. I would say that having 10 to 15 minutes sessions for therapists as well kind of freshes you up, and it's really good also for the therapist himself or herself.
Progetti straordinari con questo letto armonico.
I have incredible ideas for incredible projects for this bed because I've seen the benefits on kids, and I really, really hope I'll be able to intervene in hospitals as soon as possible. I have a project for the neonatal and pediatric department in the hospital here by using the sound bed, the harmonic bed. So my idea is to help the very complex world of doctors and nurses who work with children and work around pediatric pathologies. So I think it would be something very interesting and very positive that could really bring great benefits to the hospital world and obviously to children. I just would like to say one more thing, and I would like to conclude, and I would like to speak about early intervention. I would like music therapy not to be the last resort for families who have children that are in difficulty, and so they think, okay, let's try music therapy as a last resort. I would like music therapy to be used earlier because I think it brings really good results. I met this little child here when she was 6 months. She had visual problems, so she was almost blind. She could only see from one eye. I worked on the harmonic bed with her many times. For the first time, she sat on it. The second time, she started crawling, and she started crying and sobbing in an uncontrollable way because she had moved in a space she wasn't very familiar with. But she also started uttering some syllables, some sounds there on that bed for the first time. And I would say that the harmonic work that we did together really managed to highlight her skills that she still had, and we managed to really get this work rooted in her, thanks to the help of songs and music, of course. And we also, we can say we tricked her into doing some movements by playing an instrument. And this is a picture of a couple of weeks ago. You see that she's handling a violin. She plays the guitar. She's incredibly lively. She's full of talent. She just turned 3 years old, and she's holding the violin in an incredible way. And we understood that thanks to the use of instruments and music at the cognitive and motor level, we can really achieve incredible results. So I would just like to thank you, thank all my kids, thank all the families who gave me permission to put pictures of their kids. Thank you, music. Thank you. I would like to thank also my violin, that has always been my ally. And thank you, Maestro Farulli, that with his passion brought me till here. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca, for this excellent presentation and also for having kept to your time limits. As we were saying, we will have time for questions after the last presentation. So we're going on towards the last presentation by Gianni Biondi, who is teacher of pediatric psychology at the University of Palermo. He'll talk about psychology of music and the use of music as therapy. Gianni, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pavone. I'd like to give you my best for tomorrow. You have the same name as my son, so it's very easy for me to remember this name, Francesco Saverio. I'd like to thank Foundation Farulli and the Scientific Committee for having invited me to this Congress, which for me has been full of suggestions and stimuli. So rich that I have some difficulty in keeping to my slides and not connecting myself with what has been so well presented by those who spoke before me.
Connettermi, grazie. Allora, io vorrei cominciare da...
I'd like to begin at the beginning with a true beginning. When we are in our mummy's tummy, when we are fetuses, because the fetus is not only wrapped up in amniotic fluid, but also in the constant presence of the heart of our mother, tung tung, tung tung, which little by little accompanies us through 9 months. And as we go on, it makes us also remember what is outside the emotions of our mother, and this not always is a good thing for the development of a child. In fact, when we are born, all of these emotions will have a meaning. We have heard this morning how important it is to have music in our memory, the musical stimulus for an activation of memory. We don't know whether the heart activates this memory since the time when we are very, very young. In truth, the first men had to put up with noise, sound, what was the unknown, which brought them to the game of imitation. And why? Because they wanted to exercise danger. And actually, they had to come up against what was extremely impressive. These sounds, which were, for instance, the sound of lightning.
Oppure la pace dopo la tempesta.
The peace after the storm.
Percependo quell'intervallo.
Or maybe feeling that interval, that moment of quiet, which will be so important in music. The fury of the sea, curiosity for fire, fear of volcanoes, for fires. And at this point, we came down to religiousness, trying to find in religiousness a response to the questions that was very difficult to give an answer to. And so music was a slow process which began, as you can see here, in Australia. And here instead, we are in Sardinia. And yet the sound which we hear, no, I'm sorry, we can't hear it. The sound of these two instruments is very similar. Maybe, let's see if I can give you the sound. Let's see if I can get it through to you. So music can be understood as a slow process, which has been a way of communicating, of warning of group activities, of religious ritual, recreational activity, or a company, as in this case. Philosophy has always been interested in music, and Dr. Letta referred to Plato this morning. And Pythagoras, from his mathematical nature, had an intuition on melody of musical whereas Aristotle was so convinced on the value of music, and only the second part in the 8th book does he say music actually has some functions. It's amusing, it's a pastime, it can help in instruction and education and catharsis. Oscar Wilde said, music is the art which is closest to both tears and memory. Here you can see a series of texts that I found, and which start from neurosciences. This morning we heard about the close correlation, the interesting correlation and fascinating correlation between neuroscience and music. And then coming up closely to emotions and to the sound of emotions, to then determine a psychology of music which has been aimed at psychoanalysis and at things of a more anthropological nature. I want to bring you to a research which was done at Berkeley recently, which was very interesting. They showed the emotional response of 2,500 people of different cultures, Americans and Chinese, who listened to thousands of songs of different types. And 13 different emotions were singled out: amusement, joy, erotism, beauty, relaxedness, sadness, fantasy, triumph, anxiety, etc., etc. What was interesting that both men and women, even if they belonged to different cultures, indicated a specific song which had brought to them the emotion of rage, of anger. But the study then showed that this anger could be both positive and negative, and both in a sense of well-being and of feeling ill with a different emotional intensity. And thus we go back to what was said this morning, but particularly to what Caneva and Bing referred to before me. So the hypothesis is that the difference be tied to an instinctive emotion for the different influences of a cultural type. And here we see what we call epigenetics. Emotion and affection. I wanted to give this a different sense, which is that of silent melody, that which is closer to us and reassures us. Because actually, when we are close to a person who is in difficulty, and I directed a department of Amin Jesu for up to 2011. It was for child psychiatry, and I know the value of silence next to a child who is ill, of any age. And I can tell you that that silence has a wonderful sound which brings people close and which makes you feel the other person. I repeat, it's a silent melody. This is a sentence of my own. It's not enough. I don't know whether my colleagues will not be in agreement, but anyway, it's not enough to be a psychologist or a musician to be a music therapist. I think that in music therapy, in the music therapist, there are many factors, such as, for instance, what Francesca Bing was referring to, passion, or Caneva, as he was saying, the competence, which is more sophisticated in the relationship between functionality of music itself. I always forget that I have to work on the screen. Go on with. Okay, music therapy. Music therapy. There's sensomotory perceptions. Now, I'm not competent enough, like people who spoke this morning, But what is interesting is towards whom. And so we see that it is towards an individual child, an individual person with serious pathology. Autistics, but also people who have cerebral lesions, or else also towards a group of children who are normal endowed, but who feel the wonder of being able to be together, to go in time. We heard this morning how important and functional timing is in the neuropsychological process. And then it activates an active music therapy where the person is in difficulty, the patient acts actively, but there is also a passive. But look at the picture well. In your opinion, is this image really passive? Is this very old person who is enjoying so happily the memories that are brought back by an old song that brings her back to her young ears? Do you really think it can be passive in the closest sense of the word? And then the harmonic bed. I think that the person who spoke before me has clearly, widely talked about the advantages of this bed, and I agree with Francesca on the question that it be necessary to go deeper scientifically, extremely in a complex way, imagining at least 5 years of work, if not 10, to have results which are to be truly important. The experience and it tells us that it gives us great results. It's not sufficient, however, to refer only to anecdotes. We need an approach which can give us confirmation of a scientific nature. And so music therapy activates, as we saw, a number of functions. We said emotional, cognitive, motory, sensorial. We heard about them this morning. It was very interesting to see the interrelation because music takes them all together. Did you see in the brain? It takes them all. In the end, they all coordinate. And those that maybe were less important with the thrust of the others are able to have incredible results. It's a bit like when we talk about knowing how to do. Why do we ask children to work on in this direction? Because those who know how to do something drag this knowledge with them. So music has this great power of bringing with oneself what are the capacities which maybe are not that present. There is a sentence from Hallan that says the emotional significance is independent from the intellectual capacities of people. So musical language is independent from intellectual capacity. And I can say that through experience because the emotion of seriously invalid patients is an independent covering, and it's undefended. But music frees those emotions from the fears of the many levels and limits of the cognitive part, because music allows the person who is invalid to come out of the limits and diversity and allows him to feel himself beyond the difficulties and prejudices and the feeling of imagination and fear. And then there is communication, and we saw this morning. And why is this so? Because it gives space to emotions. Each one of us for instance, the newborn, you saw this morning, the newborn, the need to know how to communicate with their own emotions, which is something very difficult. And the more adult one becomes, the more difficult it is. Reducing fear of one's own emotions and then the capacity to share and welcome the emotions of others. So you see what value this has, passing from the heart to the brain, from the brain to the heart in this musical game. It's interesting. There's an author that I think you all know, who's Sloboda, who is a physic, and I think he had many other friends here today. I'll let you read the side. But what is interesting is that these sounds ascribe a meaning and become symbols. And what is important for myself as a psychologist is that it goes beyond pure sound. It brings us to laugh, to cry, to like or dislike. It moves us. Or also it leaves us indifferent, because watch out, indifference is a bit like conscience or non-conscience. Anyway, in order to be indifferent, one has to observe what is around us. And so in order to go back to epigenetics and to the question of musical universals, what Trehub examined in her studies is that lullabies show emotional contents which are cross-cultural, even if the civilizations are far from each other. Australia, Northern Europe, Scandinavia, Southern Europe, United States, and so forth. So we could say that the fil rouge of music, which is culturally present, is the lullaby. And as you've seen with the video by Keller, how interesting it was to see the child singing the lullaby to his little brother. As an example, I would have brought music in disease and pediatric disease and in chronic disease. Instead, I thought of bringing you the value of music therapy in maternity, because I think that it is an intervention which we should make often, if not always, at a level of prevention, not as an intervention on the anxiety of a woman who is at her 4th or 5th or 6th month, who starts saying about her own maternity, feeling it as a suffering, but as a question of prevention, because I'll give you the most incredible example. I remember at a Congress in 1990, there was a president of a society who said, the newborn is a white sheet of paper where one begins writing only after he is born. In actual fact, instead, we know that this is not true. We know that the child begins from the 16th week onwards to react to sounds, and that on the 24th he's able to recognize the voice of his mother. And we know that trying to find the voices and sounds has a very important value, because it begins his adaptation to sound. And so mother can be considered as a potentiation. And to confirm this, Professor Apak at Gemelli Hospital in Rome advises the parents to sing during pregnancy as a form of prevention for sound and affection. And she says this, and it's very deep. She says, in case we have premature pregnancy, we see that the fact that the mother be close to the premature child was able to bring back sounds. Singing gives the child calmness and calms down all of the movements of the child. Of course, these are all experiences. We need to make researches to be correct methodologically to get to conclusions, but what we observe if we get to these is that it has a very important value. And yet, Levitin, who studied a lot on this subject, says we're still missing scientifically recognizable results, but music therapy and the listening of music for women can be of considerable help in dealing with stress of pregnancy. And there are certain things which I found to be extremely interesting between 1985 down to 2017. And at this point, I went and looked for something which all of you who are music therapists know very well, which is the Mozart effect, the effect that can determine the Sonata in Re Maggiore for two pianos, KV 448, by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And Rascher and Shoki had written on Nature that listening to this this sonata would favor intelligence. Now, there are a lot of situations of contrast at the time, and then it was discovered that there was a great misunderstanding due to a journalist who had given an interpretation as an increase of general IQ. Instead, the increase that Rauscher was mentioning was spatial intelligence. Anyway, the work of Fishing from 2010 that compared the results of 39 studies with 3,000 subjects said that there's not very much proof of the actual efficiency of the Mozart effect. And this goes back to what was said by Changeux when they talk about the importance of arousal. It could be an artifact because of the increase in the arousal and tone of humor. It can be interesting also in terms of school learning, because the attention which can take place when listening to a piece of music can help children represent their emotions. There was a maestro who had the children listen to pieces of classical music and got the children to do some drawings. Now, I'm sorry I don't have the material, the documents with me because I'm a bit disordered, but I've got some drawings of children who would draw Tchaikovsky. And I assure you that seeing these slim legs dancing gave a sense of lightness which Tchaikovsky was able to give to his music. So I want to bring you, as I close, to a few questions. I desperately tried not to refer to the suggestions that you gave me during this day, both in terms of therapy and in terms of reflection as a psychotherapist. If we keep to the theme of today, what can music therapy offer? Scientifically, when it's scientifically recognized. To who? To who? When? When is it indicated? What are the guidelines shared internationally? There are some masters, and I teach some masters, but masters do have some limits. Master is not a school of specialization, as my academic colleagues can confirm. We need a school of specialization in music therapy, something that truly recognizes the music therapist as having a role, not a culture, not just a culture, but a role which is recognized from the scientific point of view and the cultural point of view. And so the other theme is, what can we do to sensitize the world of care and rehabilitation? I can talk about my own experience in hospital, which has allowed me to experiment music next to children and patients and seriously ill patients. Mine is a service only had to do with highly complex situations. So my interest was mainly in oncology, hematology, organ transplant. So with dealt with complex interventions of a surgical and even of an emotional nature. Not all of my colleagues, even if we have an excellent relationship with them, but have they allowed us to experiment music next to children, considering this was maybe something they would have done at home? Someone said to me, okay, we'll do it at home. Come on, not here in hospital. So we need a type of research which is not to be closed in itself, but is to be interdisciplinary. And I'm referring to, quickly, because otherwise the moderator will get mad at me, to what Caneva was saying when they talked about complementarity. It is true, music therapy is complementary, but I'm not sure I agree, because there can be moments when the music therapist is priority, because he can be the only operator who has set up a relationship, an emotional and therapeutical relationship, whereas all the rest, all the others have great difficulty, and he can then become the mediator of other relationships. So in my opinion, the question is complementary most certainly, but we cannot deny that it can become, in certain specific cases, a priority. I'm thinking of situations of opposition in the care of children and adolescents in oncology. They oppose therapy and say, I don't want to be cared, I don't want to be healed anymore. Andrea, Giovanna died. Why should I try this therapy? I'll die too. And then there's somebody in the staff who has a marvelous relationship, whereas the others, including myself, had been felt refused. And that person was our mediator, was priority at a difficult moment in order to bring back the child to the possibilities of therapy. Just one last reference to intelligence, or intelligences, if we want to be clearer. We heard that there is a value of music. There is a direct value with cognitive activity, but we've got to pay attention because the problem is different. Because, and since I've worked with so many people in difficulty, also people who were invalid, what value can be had in music and singling out sensitivity to listening, attention, processing? My friend Francesca at a certain point said, welcoming. I'm not, Francesca, sure that I agree. It cannot only be defined as welcoming, because there is listening, welcoming, and accompanying. As a music therapist, that is what you need to do. You need to observe, you need to listen. And so I close the brackets, but this is due to the fact that you've given so much, because music can help one to liberate oneself from those emotional superstructures of emotion, of emotional type, of a social type, which have to do with how we are ourselves, on our psychological suffering, healthy or disabled or invalid. So to come to an end of my presentation, I've given you given you an overview of music. I'll ask you to read it without reading it for you. But I think that these quotations are very interesting and music helps us not to hear the noise outside by Bach. And just to go back to what I was saying before, I referred to Bosso when he says music teaches us the most important thing, how to listen. And I want to thank you for having listened to me, and good evening.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Biondi, for your beautiful speech, for your very stimulating intervention. At this point, I think we can start our Q&A session. We are absolutely on schedule.
Ho ricevuto sostanzialmente ad ora 2 domande.
I've received 2 questions.
E questa.
The first question is the following. Maybe I can ask the questions and then you can tell me who would like to answer. This is the question. Could we use music therapy or use a music therapy point of view to motivate bored students or students that are not too much inclined in learning? What could this student-teacher relationship tell us? I don't know, Francesca, maybe? Would you like to answer? It's a very interesting question, and maybe we should ask it to the teachers that teach instruments. I think it's also about the relationships, of course. And some students are sent from by the parents to learn an instrument, and maybe they just don't want to. They want to be part of a circus. The thing is that it's always good to put kids in contact with music very early, but if after years and years of practice and learning nothing comes out, then maybe these students should change practice. But I have to say that passion plays an incredible role, because as a violinist, I need to thank my Maestro Passi, because I learned passion from him, and I learned the passion of playing together from Maestro Farulli. I mean, these passions are something that you just live. You cannot teach them. So a report in motivating students in studying music is made of a lot of different aspects. So constant practice, everyday study, passion from the students, and passion from the teachers. So I would say this. I don't know if Paolo wants to add anything. Yes, I would say that I'm going to obviously defend my own categories, since the question is pretty broad. In being a musical trainer, I can answer from the experiences from a lot of my students. A lot of people who decide to become music therapists arrive to this discipline, so they get to this discipline because somehow they were wounded as musicians. So it's a pathway that towards musical training that has its very particular features, and there's not much talk about it. There's not much buzz about it. So the musician who decided to become a music therapist, what kind of career did he or she have? What kind of background does it come from? And I agree with what Francesca says, but I'm convinced that there are some music therapists who become such because they were wounded, they were hurt by their status of being musicians, and that's why they decide to become music therapists. Well, I just wanted to rephrase a sentence that is not mostly about music therapy, because that's not my profession. I'm just an observer. I'm a critic of this discipline, but I'm not a music therapist. And I just would like to rephrase the following sentence. It's important to try to learn. So it's important to try in order to learn. And it's a sentence by Nicola Cuomo, one of my friends, who also said that we need the emotion of knowing, and I would add knowing and sharing. If music already in elementary school or middle school doesn't convey this thing, and speaking about what Professor Caneva said, I think every music student got to that point where they felt suffocated, and they felt as if they couldn't feel that emotion anymore, and they come to you because they want that emotion back. And that's why the music therapist is so important, and because it can also re-educate those people. Okay, perfect, thank you. I would move to the second question that we received. I'm going to read it. I followed Francesca Bing's speech. It was very emotional. It was very exciting. I didn't know the sound bed, even though I attended a couple years of music therapy, and I've studied the 2 years course for music therapy, and I would like to ask all you teachers if it would be possible in a potential future in Italy to add in elementary school or middle schools a subject, so introducing the educational curriculum, such subject that could be sometimes even more effective than others. Okay, this is to everybody, so this is to all our speakers. Let's start like before. So Francesca first. Well, I would say I wish. It seems like now in elementary school they even removed the subject of music. I wish there was this subject. It's the most beautiful job in the world, and that's also one of the objectives of this Farulli 100 Congress, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to reintroduce music in schools, and wherever there's the need for it, we'll try our best to push forward the agenda for music therapy as well. The thing is that the kid that it's inserted in a very stimulating educational environment through games, musical sessions, just musical hearing sessions, it's something absolutely enriching beyond any doubt. I really wish this could come into practice. Unfortunately, I have a limited time, unfortunately, so my life is divided between music therapy, the quartet, and teaching also the violin. But projects for kids, music projects for kids, are always successful, and they are always enriching. They're always really, really incredibly useful, and I think that Paolo and Dr. Biondi can really confirm it. Yes, absolutely. the right expression would be to bring to schools, bring the musical experiences to the schools, because in experience you have everything. You have the expression, you have active practice, you have active listening, you have production, you have everything. So whenever we propose musical experiences, and not just to schools, I would propose it to literally everyone in society, because at different levels the musical experience is enriching at any level. And I would like just to clarify, there was a referencing to the sound bed. Is that true? Yeah, I'm just going to repeat it. I didn't know the sound bed, and even though I attended a couple years of music therapy and I have a diploma, he or she was referring to the sound bed. And yes, exactly. So the sound bed, just like so many other instruments and practices that are put into practice in music therapy and that we've all listened to with Francesca, because she showed us some videos, some pictures, we as music therapists have so many different things that we can use, almost as if it was our Mary Poppins bag, to do our job, to create really participation in this musical experience to our kids. If we were to demand an official introduction in the school systems of every single instruments and every single practice that we use during our job, it would be a little bit impossible. But we have really proof that goes beyond just the theory, because we have instruments that have been incredibly effective. It's true, though, that there are some parameters that you need to abide by. I'm sorry, I would like to apologize for my voice. So before demanding that certain things are inserted in the educational curricula, we need to provide the professionals, so the teachers, and also everyone else, to recognize what we just offered officially and so that the international community would recognize it. I was thinking about this from my experience as a psychotherapist, and in my work with kids and teenagers. During this second wave, I am observing great psychological discomfort. If we had a school system that was able to propose musical experiences and not just learning how to count notes, and excuse my non-professional knowledge about that, but if they could really propose some musical experiences where you live through historical moments, musical moments and everything, I'm sure that whenever they will go back to class or they'll continue studying remotely, I'm sure they'll have an hour, so for a period, a sort of replacement to the lack of social interaction that they are going through and that are experiencing right now. And I think that music would really help solve the huge confusion we have in our heads right now. So I think it would be very useful to see culture from a broader perspective and not just leave culture in museums and not just for insiders, but also involving students as much as possible. And I think that from the clinical point of view, for me and for my work, it would have been, music would have been so much help, because the situation is really tough right now. Okay, there are other questions that are getting. Unfortunately, we don't have all the time to read them all, but here it is. I would like to know how effective music therapy is for elementary school kids to develop attention skills. Who do we need to address? Just teachers or individual students? Who would like to answer?
Allora,
Paolo? Okay, I've been dealing with questions like that for my entire life. These are very legit questions because there are questions related also to probably personal relationships. I'm sure this person maybe is a parent or a colleague that has to handle a situation, and most of the times they ask, is this effective? Is this effective with that type of user, with that type of people or person? The truth is that we are building a discipline in this throughout this 50 years in Italy. We have so many different professionals and colleagues who are doing research and maybe don't even have the funds to carry out their research. So while they're working, they manage to cut out and then some time to dedicate to their research and collect all the data in order to bring forward their own research projects. So there is a big work behind it, and with all the difficulties that the situation poses, we are collecting materials. That's also thanks to this teamwork, and thanks to all the work that's been done by scientists and doctors, because they have a lot more visibility than us to do research about what's happening in the brain, for example. So in terms of music, emotions, cognitive aspects. And so I would say, yes, music therapy is effective, but we cannot say that it's miraculous. A lot of people tell me, oh, will this heal him? Will this heal me? Well, music therapy does not heal, helps the person to find a center, in a center where that person is as functional as possible. So I would say yes, as an answer to the question. And I would like to say, though, that alone as a music therapist, I would not be able to do anything. Okay. If we don't have any other comments on this, yes. Can I just intervene? I'm Professor Avanzini. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if my video is on, but I think that these last comments are essential. I would say that the very first step of every medical research is monitoring and controlling your own activity. It's probably the easier and the easiest and the most simplistic way of medical researching. And it entails, of course, a professional relationship with different professions that, like, between different professions, that is not just the music therapist. I mean, we talked a lot about interactions, and I don't know if from the organizational level, what has been done in terms of music therapy has been enough when it comes to raising awareness at the institutional level, and therefore being able to transform an everyday experience in something that could be repeated, and it could be really done every day, that allows the discipline to advance. Thank you, Professor Avanzini. Okay, then I would move on to the second question. It's a little bit technical, and maybe Giuliano can answer, or even you guys. The frequencies of a soprano that's singing while she's pregnant, can this create discomfort? Because my son, while I was pregnant, and as I was practicing my trills and my vocalizing, would start crying. But now he loves playing the piano. So this is a little bit specific, but I thought it was actually very interesting if there are answers. Well, I can try to comment it.
Di dare una risposta completa.
And maybe I cannot give a complete answer, but certainly frequencies lead to different answers and different responses. And I would say that the auditory system that is particularly correlated with emotions can have different responses, and therefore the individual has different reactions. In order to give a correct answer, we would need someone to have a sufficient experience with different frequencies in different subjects. I don't think there is a generic answer that might say, okay, this type of music or this type of frequency could lead to this response or to this other response, because as you all remember, the auditory experience of a kid starts from the womb. So that experience can definitely condition also the type of response, but it's definitely an interesting point of view, absolutely.
Domanda successiva.
Okay, we can move on to the second question. When we talk about music therapy, we're talking about pathological states. How do we use music therapy as just training? Are there other stages, just like Pythagore and Plato have shown us?
Paolo, tu insegni.
Allora, parlo per il pezzettino che
Okay, I can talk from my point of view, my expertise. Whenever we use the term music therapy,
evidenza linguistica da
because of the terminology, because of the word, we tend to associate this entire discipline to
non è in equilibrio dal punto
to the approach to someone who is not very well, is not feeling well, just because we have the word therapy. But we know very well that from the practical point of view, those who do our job, we all work with people that are not just fragile, or they have some type of difficulties. Therefore, we don't use music therapy just as therapy. So, and I was thinking about elderly patients, psychiatric centers, and so forth. We do more than that. So we have also some time that we dedicate to people that do not have any pathology, do not have any disease. They don't suffer from any syndromes or any disorder. But maybe those people we work with, those people particularly, just need some space to evolve from the spiritual point of view, and that's why they choose music. I mean, I did mention spiritual, and it's a dimension that goes beyond the scientific frameworks. even though there are some currents that are trying to study the effects on meditations, on different therapies, or combining the two. And I am very convinced that teaching and using music outside the mere interpretation of therapy is very useful. And as for the second part of the question about training programs, I don't really know.
Questa è una domanda molto simile.
I could perhaps add a very similar question to this. I don't know if the other speakers would like to comment on this. And that is, besides the emotional learning of an instrument, can music therapy and can music education be used also in not so talented students to make them feel more involved? Because in our schools, and as Paolo was saying, the creative dimension and the self-expression dimension is underestimated. So how can we invert the trend? And I think this can be linked to the first question, right? So understanding the importance of an altogether training of the individual. Francesca, I just would like to say a very quick thing, and I'm going to leave the floor to you then. We shouldn't forget today that we've been reasoning, we've been thinking, we've been discussing about this in Italy for the last 50 years. And I can say that around our discipline, an entire world has grown. 50 years ago, those who were teaching music in school was doing it in a certain way. Nowadays, those who teach music in school, if they have received a good training, so a good education, therefore a musical teacher, also has great opportunities. And I know that from my point of view, I know we need to know and we need to learn where one profession ends and when another profession starts. But I think it's important also to consider the in-between as well. And I think that inside the school, and maybe I'm the only one who has this opinion, and I would like to hear my colleagues what they think about that. I think there is a very important overlapping when the music therapist goes to school and finds a passionate and a really good music teacher. And I think Gianni and Francesca were also mentioning it before. It's passion. It's passion that makes us the bearers of transformation. It's not who I am. It's not what I call myself. And I know this is a very delicate field, and it's sort of a sore spot, because I know there are a lot of people that are still looking for jobs, and it's important to know what a music therapist does. But I invite you all, and I encourage you to really think positively and think about that there are some good music teachers as well. I mean, I have some colleagues that teach music, and they do incredible things with their students. Okay, would you like to comment, or we can move on to the next question? No, I just would like to say a couple of things. I mean, it sort of reprises it what we have said shortly ago. I mean, nowadays we are studying something that when I was an intern in children's neuropsychiatry was something completely unknown, like the neuro-emotional memory or emotional memory as a whole, or emotional learning, and it's something that we would have never mentioned like 50 years ago. And nowadays we realize that learning or relationships if they don't have a basis of shared interest and shared passion, they will never come into practice. They will never be realized. So the good music teacher, the good music therapist who's able to convey this passion, not only does he convey it, he conveys it, but also gets something in return, because that person feels obliged to be passionate as well. And that's why school plays such an important role, also from the therapeutical point of view, knowing that some students go through much difficulty nowadays.
Grazie. Passerei a questo punto alla domanda.
Thank you. Now I'm going on to the next question.
Questa domanda è rivolta.
This question is for everyone. We have spoken about young musicians who have been hurt by the wrong type of music education. Sometimes anxiety has been created, and fear of judgment, often also creating serious psychological insecurity. Can they too be an object of treatment of music therapy? And I think that Paolo was mentioning this before, if I remember well. What are the psychological techniques and musical therapy techniques which could be used to turn this destructive process around? What role could there be in improvising, for improvising? Well, I'll start, and then I'll let Francesca go on. I promise, Francesca, I'll give you time to answer. I'm referring to this component of the wounded musician, because rather than being possible for having further use for the music therapy operator, these wounded musicians are formed in music therapy. They approach music therapy as the opportunity to recover this relationship, a healthy and relationship satisfying for themselves before applying it to somebody else. So my experience is that very many of the people who have been found a formation in music therapy belong to this category. Not all of them, but many. And I believe that in those moments when a musician goes through the awareness of his own wounds, he can become aware and emerge, and at that point he'll be able to help the various number of people. The many experiences. And we go back to what we said this morning. Musical improvisation is not I do what I want with the instrument, because improvisation is I put in act small patterns which I've studied and again, which I possess in my own two hands, and I put them together with a taste which I can acquire here and now. So it's not that this can be the solution for everything. Possibly the person who asked this question was thinking of a specific exploration, instrumental exploration, free exploration without being tied to a special reading of one type or another. Francesca. Thank you, Paolo. You're always very clear and precise, and I want to thank you for what you said. Regarding this, last year, I did, and this year we should have done it again, except because of this pandemic, we're still waiting. Anyway, at the Conservatorium in Florence, we were supposed to have a performance and anxiety of performance a seminar. So this is an answer to your question. And it was an extraordinary experience of sharing, first of all, with the students, of opening up, a process of extraordinary opening up. What was necessary, because in the end, this anxiety, this performance anxiety could diminish, because the aim of the course was to help in this direction, was the re-education to one's discovery of one's own awareness, which is fundamental for musicians, because playing is not only activating certain musical practices, even if it is, because, as I reminded everyone at the end of the course, don't believe that this course can take away the need for a study of the instrument. Like Goldwyn, a great musician, said, "Maestro, how can we reach such bravura?" And he answered, "Play all the time. Study, study, study." So apart from a personal study, we have to reactivate an awareness of the whole persona of the emotions, which is fundamental in the study of the instrument, and then in the performance, because the study of the instrument at a professional level arrives to the final point, which is performance in front of an audience. So this is a question which is fundamental. And for myself, who guided this course, it was something very enriching for myself. It's what we observe in different contexts. And I think we can see in what we are telling each other. And what we're telling each other is that, in fact, very many people find themselves having to face disappointment. The problem is that this disappointment in their expectations is not something which we can say is the fault of teachers or school organization or whatever, because very often, if we go deeper, we realize that there is a coincidence between capacity, desire, but also between the existential obstacles of that particular moment. The existence of people who, for in and out reasons, can condition very much in various moments. So, as far as I'm concerned, I believe, and I don't know if you had foreseen this in your schools, it would be interesting to verify some group discussion amongst the students. Nothing psychotherapeutic. I don't want to be misunderstood, but a discussion to try and find one's own awareness to one's own motivations. And I think that the individual narration is towards the other that would help to find awareness and motivation for one's own choices.
Bene, passerei a...
Fine. Let's go on to the next question.
Attuale, legata anche
It's a question tied to
purtroppo al fenomeno che
to the phenomenon, unfortunately, which was brought to our attention a few days ago. Can music therapy be used with women who are victims of violence to favor the expression of emotions and taking up normal life again, even through the use of their body as an instrument, body percussions? Have you ever worked in this field or in this direction? Are there any examples of music therapy for women who were victims of violence? Do you know of any? Yes, inviting people to find more information and documents on the instruments that we have available to find what has already been done. We have a number of documents on music therapy, which is very important. I think that in the United States there are 2, in Northern Europe there are another 2, and in Italy we have 1, which is called Music at Therapy, and which can be consulted free. It's unloadable. This big effort was made to make the magazine available to all. There's a French magazine too. There's a Canadian one. So it's obvious that maybe the language barrier still today exists and could be a difficulty for some. I also wish to remind you that the Mariani Foundation makes a lovely newsletter called Neuromusic. The subjects are other. They're not tied specifically to this subject. But you can see that the documents do exist. One can find information regarding the various aspects, and specifically the use of body percussion as a technique used specifically to reconquer, have a person who has undergone abuse reconquer their body. I don't know such specific examples, but I do know lots of colleagues who use body percussion in very many different contexts, also in jail. So it could be that since it's applied so widely today, there might be some possibility of applying it in these cases, but I personally don't have any information specifically.
Bene, se non ci sono altri.
Well, if there are no further answers to this question, we can go to another question. This one is a bit more technical. I'd like to know in what measure instinct emotions compared to social emotions, those which are accepted and shared by a certain culture, are present in the individual, and which of the two types of emotions has greater influence on behavior? Gianni, maybe you can give an answer. There is a certain amount of discussion on this word instinctive emotion, because the emotional process is the result of very many components which are tied to factors of the person and their education, their relation with their relationship with their parents, and therefore that instinct emotion which we refer to is often the emotion which children have great difficulty in not controlling the emotion of reactivity, of anger, of manifest anger. What we imagine, for instance, when we talk about making a scene or a tantrum doesn't exist. Often it's just a form of communication which the child has when he's in difficulty in setting up a relationship with the adult he's referring to. He doesn't know how to communicate with the other person, and so he tries through a tantrum to set up a form of communication, which in fact he does set up, because the adult reacts often in a very aggressive fashion to his tantrum. So he reaches his aim, his objective, which is that of setting up communication, but he does not reach the aim, which is what as communication was meant to be. So we've got to really be careful in this type of differentiation. The theme is vast indeed, and we risk becoming superficial. Most certainly in the emotional world, if we want to keep to the child, the emotional world of a child, which is different in the various phases of childhood and adolescence. For instance, we never talk about that between 11 and 15, which is when they leave childhood to approach adolescence. And everyone has a different type of emotivity because it's social, it's affective, and it's extremely strong. It's very influenced. So from my point of view, if I go back to the theme that we started out from, of music, I think that music has this capacity to have emotivity discharge, trigger off, the more profound one, the one that we each have within ourselves, and which sometimes we try and hide from ourselves because we're afraid of appearing weak and fragile, not towards others, but also towards ourselves. We are extremely complex. We saw this morning how this is so. So if the cerebral world, the brain, the mind is so complex, how complex is the world of emotions? It has a great variability, what we saw this morning, because it is influenced by relationships with the outside world, with ourselves, with our memories, with what we don't want to remember, but what we have inside of ourselves, but which we do remember. The emotional part ourselves, the unconscious, is rich and marvelous, and in my opinion, we're just at the beginning of discovering it. So if I can explain better, we have to look at the behaviors, and we've seen the behaviors, but we're not less able to analyze behaviors that are relative to emotions. Have I given an answer to the question?
Grazie Gianni. Qualcun altro vuole commentare?
Does somebody else want to make a comment on this point? Otherwise, let's go on to the last question for today, which is an information which we're required to give. What are, in Tuscany, but I would extend it to a national level, what are, as far as you know, those conservatories that have an active course in music therapy? How widespread is this activity of teaching in conservatories? Well, for the rest of Italy, I'll speak, and for Tuscany, Francesca will speak. As I was saying in the presentation that I gave previously, nowadays the conservatories that have become active, that believe in putting some type of music therapy in their courses do exist. As far as I know, but I repeat, and Francesca will be talking about Tuscany, I don't think that from the point of view of institutions, I'm not speaking of private schools, from the point of view of institutes, apart from some stage or seminar or workshop like the ones that Francesca is doing, has decided to become active with a proper course. There is a great deal of ferment. I'm enthusiastic. Maybe you'll understand by how I talk about it. And things are moving. Ever more conservatories are becoming active. And as I speak, I won't go into the sides again, but there is Verona, Aquila, Pescara, Padua, Brescia, Alessandria, which I forgot mentioning before. Also, Leghorn had begun a master, which then maybe now is not going on, but they tried. Then there's Cesena and others that I won't nominate now. But if you are interested, I will go back to the side and give you the details, or else you can find my intervention on the web. I think the foundation will leave it there. There's a lot of movement. There's a historic movement. I mean, we can't deny this. There's a lot of private schooling. In my time, there was no conservatories with music therapy. When I studied music therapy, there were private schools, which still exist today. They're outside of the institutions. And I hope that it will be a dialogue, historical teaching, which has a tradition, an important tradition, didactics, and which can cooperate with the institutions, which will allow our Italian reality to grow and reach important results. Apart from being public or private, the important thing is the results which are to be obtained. Francesca. I want to say to the person who asked this question, we are working for you, because I am moving, and I've been moving in this direction for quite some time. As we know, there are difficulties in the bureaucracy, so it's very difficult to follow and to open. But I am moving in order to open a course at the Conservatory in Florence for music therapy, whether it be a master or whatever, but something at an institutional level. There are different schools of very great level, as Paolo was saying, all over Italy. So there are some in Tuscany, like the one I did, which now no longer exists. So there is a lot to do and to be done. But to give you an idea of how important it can be in our profession, it's very important and fundamental that the conservatory activate courses and stress the importance, just like that of the music professional of any instrument, and it give the same importance to the music therapist. It's something I believe in. I'm working at it. It will take some time, but I hope to be able to give to those who've asked this question, to be able to give them a response as soon as possible. Thank you. I think that at this point, well, we keep getting questions, but I'm afraid we've come to the end of our session. So at this point, I want to thank all of the speakers for their very good presentations and for the question time, which was very stimulating and very rich. And at this point, I will, after a brief break, we then have at 4:30 the special event, Vibrations of the Universe. It's a conversation on themes of the infinite in Beethoven with an astrophysic, with Sandro Cappelleto, who is a writer and historian of music, Cristano Gualco, who is a violinist of the Quartet of Cremona. The astrophysic is Andrea Cimatti. It'll be an interesting part of our day, and this will be taking place at 5 o'clock. So if I've said everything correctly, and they tell me this is so. So now I close this session and there's a short break until 5 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock we begin again. Thank you.
Ha inizio adesso l'evento speciale.
Now we're going to start with the special event, The Vibration of the Universe, Conversations on the Subject of the Infinite in the Music of Beethoven. I would like to give the floor to Sandro Cappelleto, author and music historian from the Santa Cecilia National Academy.
I
would like to thank the Farulli 100 to have invited me here today. And in Beethoven's conversation books, we find transcribed and emphasized with even 3 exclamation points a famous philosophical sentence: the moral law above us and the starry sky below us. And the starry sky above us, Kant. Beethoven also reads Kant's metaphysical fundaments for the science of nature, and in this case, he reflects in the soul, as in the physical world, we have 2 forces, both equally great and equally simple, taken from a same general principle: force of attraction and force of repulsion. There are reflections that we will find in his dialectic reflection in composing his works. The world was not formed by a fortuitous reunion of loquacious atoms. Established forces and laws with their origins from the most sensible intelligence were the cause of this unchangeable order and could necessarily derive from these atoms. If order and beauty shine in the constitution of the world, then there is a God. If this harmony could arise from general organic laws, then the whole nature reflects the action of a supreme wisdom. For Beethoven, that at 19 in 1789 enrolled in a course of literature and philosophy at the University of Bonn, the concept of divinity, it's not confessional, it's panic. The vibrations of the cosmos and of the supreme wisdom, as he calls it, involve nature and the man altogether, together with the universe. As it clearly emerges from successions of movements in his 6th symphony, so the pastoral symphony, not a description of nature, but the story of emotions, amusement, and deep fear of the cosmic phenomena that are in us and are aroused in us. We can also mention one of his most important biographical documents, the so-called Heiligenstadt Testament, written in 1802 at the age of 32, where he understands that he will never heal from his deafness. Almighty God, who you look into my soul and see into my heart, you know that it is filled with love and for humanity and the desire to do good. Men, those who are unhappy to receive comfort from the thought of having found another unhappy man, despite all the obstacles from nature, has done in order to elevate to the rank of noble artists and worthy men, my art has held me back. It seemed impossible for me to leave this world before I had realized what I felt capable of. Gods, when will I feel joy again in the temple of nature and men? Again, God's nature and men, to him, they seem to create a trio. The need to dialogue with God, it appears evident in Quartet 132 in the Sacred Movement, where he calls the divinity by a healed man in a Lydian way. So something emerges that it's no longer pain, passion, or joy of living. It's way above this. And this movement, I would like to recall the musical thought of ancient Greece, their staticity, which addresses not to us, but to our gods and creates tensions, a dialectic of the tonal system developed in the musical thought of the modern West. The third half of the quartet is divided in two sections, molto adagio and andante. The molto adagio has the performance of a choral. All the instruments cover the extension of a 4 octaves, so the entire spectrum of sound. So in this calm, almost to the point of touching immobility, it's so solemn and mild. The image that Beethoven the image of Beethoven has of divinity. When the andante appears, Beethoven writes, feeling a new strength. And we move on to the sound of a new force. Beethoven prepares this passage asking the instruments to support a crescendo so that to create a tension to which finally the andante will face each other. And at the last 4 bars, the two worlds meet, merge into each other. Now we're not longer in the Lydian mode or in a differentiated piece. We are in a chord. We are in a clear F major moment. So temperated harmony created by men, like the last word pronounced with ecstatic fulfillment and sweetness. To men are allowed, even for one moment, to observe and merge with the divine horizon and reach the bliss of eternity. Singing an Heilige Dankesage, sacred chant. In all his work, I cannot find a more sacred and a more time-fulfilling work. Even with the hymn to Joy that closes the 9th Symphony, that song is an invocation, a hope. But the finale of the third movement of the Quartet 132 is actually a possible reality, at least for once. The same feeling that you find in Anna Akhmakova. I cannot offend a man without suffering, even though he's my enemy. And even if he's my enemy, he will remain, and I will always remain a man. The sacred chant of thanksgiving offered to the divinity by a healed man. We don't know what kind of illness he felt he was healed from. Not from deafness, because it has been total for years. Not from very strenuous and violent abdominal pain that continued to torment him till the end. Maybe he was healed from... He was just healed, and from death pulsions, he was only left with music. That was his talisman against death. A very last moment of reflection to be developed in art contest is the relationship that was created in him between his disabled condition, so his deafness, and the power of imagination. In those same years, the painter Goya also becomes deaf, and throughout all his great works, his nightmares, monsters, together with the disasters of war, stem from the moment when he's isolated from the world and he can only listen to his inner world. We also have 2 reflections by Albert Einstein and Oliver Sacks. Imagination, as Einstein said, is more important than knowledge. The knowledge of man is limited. Imagination, instead, embraces the world and it stimulates progress, giving birth to evolution. In Musicophilia, Oliver Sacks wrote, "Imagination is essential to professional musicians. For example, it saved Beethoven's creative life and his mental health. After having become deaf, he could not hear any music except the one he was playing in his mind. It's also possible that deafness has even increased his ability to increase his musical margin, and I think this is very important. By removing, I think, the normal afferences, because the auditory cortex can become hypersensitive, giving the idea of having a more amplified imagination. And with this imagination, his music really reached a cosmic level, but still being deeply human, combined with a universal ethical feeling. Physics, metaphysics, and ethics are his trinity, his trio. For this reason, in the history of music, Beethoven is unprecedented and has no successors. So, imagination, what is the great fugue for a string quartet if not just an imaginary probe, an imaginary shuttle launched into space with a certain beginning, but that after a self-generating material from the beginning maybe does not have an end, and it contains a principle of the unfinished, just like in an Escher painting. In the conversation we had so far, I would like to deeply thank Adriana Verchiani for creating this contact. Cristiano Gualco gave Professor Cimatti and me a beautiful image. The long initial fugue of quartet opera 131 represents for me a sort of analogy to the logos. If we're talking about art, music is probably one of the most direct manifestations of the logos that permeates the entire universe. And it's a thought that I deeply share, and Cristiano will develop also in his speech before the Quartet of Cremona will perform Opera 131. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to give the floor now to Professor Cimatti.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all. And first of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you to Adriana Verchiani. A special thanks for having created this very innovative trio, multidisciplinary trio. I am neither a musician nor a musicologist. I am an astrophysic. But let me begin this brief intervention with a very small something musically. I listened one day at dawn in ideal conditions. The trio and the piece that you'll be listening to just now, and this has confirmed what I had felt other times, that music can be seen also as a bridge which can transport us towards the universe, and these acoustic vibrations can penetrate deeply in our brain, in our mind, in our soul, and all this can allow us truly to have a true travel through space and time, reaching places and feelings and emotions which are absolutely unreachable, and certainly not with the science, which is my profession. The language of Beethoven, and in this case and in other cases, is truly universal in the true sense of the word, and makes us feel an integrating part of our cosmos, of the universe. So I stop with this word universe, and now I wear my astrophysic hat and pass to the astrophysical part of my speech with the question: can we see music as a means, as a bridge, which brings us towards the cosmos, towards the universe? What type of communication do we receive from the universe? How can we read and decipher the language of the universe? So before passing on to this, I'd like to ask you to please show my first slide. I want to remind you, or explain very briefly, what we professionals of astrophysics mean by universe. And I'll start by the image you see in the lower part, which is the Earth. To understand what the universe is means to understand how insignificant and microscopic we are within the universe. The Earth is where we are today. It's a planet which is 13,000 kilometers in diameter. It's part of the solar system. It's a series of planets which rotate around a star, which is very banal, which is nothing special except maybe it's special because it's our sun. And the systems of the solar system are gigantic for our mind, for our imagination, about 10 billion kilometers. But all of this disappears when it's put into the enormous system which we call the galaxy, with a capital G, because that's where we live, but where the sun, the solar system, becomes a tiny dot, an imperceptible dot. So ours, about 10 billion stars like the sun, which is gigantic, 10 to the 17th kilometer, which means a 1 followed by 17 zeros. So not even a number which we can pronounce, according to what we've learned up to now. And in its time, the galaxy disappears. It disappears in the sense that it loses its physiognomy when we put it into what we call the universe, which we astrophysics call the universe, a huge, immense system, which scale is 10 to the 22nd kilometers, where there are thousands and billions of galaxies like ours, which are to be found in this structure, in this cube, which you see, where these filaments, these luminescent filaments, include billions of galaxies. And this is not an artistic presentation of the universe. It's numerical. It's built with Einstein's numbers, and it shows what the distribution of matter is in the universe. So what is the universe for us astrophysics? It's a huge system of matter and energy, which is not even static. It's dynamic. It had a beginning about 14 billion years ago in the famous Big Bang. The universe is expanding still now. And since in the title of our dialogue, we see the term infinite, the typical damage, is the universe finite or infinite? It's an answer neither I nor my colleagues can give. We can't give this answer because our knowledge of the universe is limited to a boundary which is called cosmological horizon. Beyond this horizon, light, which is the means of information, which is the quickest we can use to know the universe, has not yet been able to reach. So we know that the universe is extended to the cosmological horizon, but we don't know what there is beyond the cosmological horizon. So certainly it is plausible that it be bigger than what we can know, but we don't know if it's finite or infinite. And then I wanted to add something which is connected again to the quartet opera 131. Universe in the first billion years of its life was completely dark. The stars and galaxies had not been formed yet, and the gas was aggregating to form them afterwards. So there was a transition, a sudden transition from darkness to light. And when I listened to opera 131, I imagined nearly that the long initial fugue was the soundtrack of this phase without light of the universe, not in the negative sense, of course, but in the sense that it still had, the light still had to be built. And then the transition from the second movement onwards, which seems to represent the birth of galaxies and light objects, its evolution, and its extraordinary variety, which you see in the world of universe of galaxies, and which can be traced in an analogy with the following development of the quartet, as we'll hear. So I will return to the astrophysical tracks, and let's go on to the second side. It's the only other side I have. Let's go back to the question at the beginning. What communication does the universe have with us? It communicates through waves. Two main types of waves, the electromagnetic waves and gravitational waves. And the electromagnetic waves are waves which are propagated through the emptiness, contrary to the sound waves which we exploit when we listen to music, which travel at the speed of light, at the maximum speed possible, which have very high energy rays like X-rays, and down to the radio ones, which are less energy ones. In the middle are the electromagnetic ones, which are the visible light, which our eyes are sensitive to. And the electromagnetic waves are the means of information which transport information to the physical processes that have generated these waves on the distances of objects in the universe on their velocity. So it's a precious mine to be exploited. And in parallel, recently, we've opened this possibility of exploiting the gravitational waves, which instead are caused by catastrophic phenomena which take place in different places from the universe when, for instance, we see two black holes which come together, as in this drawing which we see here. We have two black dots which should be, this is not a true image, this is an artistic representation. When a phenomenon, such a catastrophic phenomenon takes place, the space and time is it's like when you throw a stone in the pond and these concentric waves are created, they go towards the shore of the lake. And the same thing happens when the gravitational waves are generated. They propagate at the speed of light and they reach us. And so these are the messages which come from the universe. Our trade as astrophysicists is to take on these messages, collect them, like interferometers, which we use in the lower image, and the electromagnetic waves are collected with telescopes instead. The data are then analyzed and read and interpreted with the language of physics. So we get this message from the universe, which is of a scientific type, which is very rational, contrarily from the previous message of music, which brings us towards the cosmos. But the denominator of all this are the waves. The waves are vibrations, whether they be sound, electromagnetic, or gravitational, so we can see them truly as vibrations of the universe. To go back to the title of our dialogue and remind you of this parallel, the fact that the bridge of music brings us towards the universe in a totally irrational fashion, a totally subjective fashion, whereas instead the electromagnetic waves and gravitational waves are the message in the form of vibration which the universe sends us and which allows us to read its characteristics. So I have come to an end. I'll stop here. If you have questions, I'm available for answers. And I give the floor to Cristiano Golfo, who I've discovered is passionate about astronomy and also about astrophotography. Thanks for your attention. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Adriana, also for creating this meeting. I would like to thank Sandro and Andrea. Sandro, especially for mentioning me as an introduction, and Andrea to talk because he talked about things that are happening very, very recently. I mean, I've been a passionate learner of astrophysics and astrophotography. And this passion brings me to try and take pictures of galaxies that are 20 million light years away from us, something that our eye cannot catch and are so far away from us. I would like to divide my speech in two pieces. I will first mention some of my thoughts, and then I will talk about the quartet opera 131. And I would like to start with some words from Charlie Bach, so the orchestra conductor. And I've always liked to listen to interviews of great artists, great athletes, so from several different fields. And I recently came across this interview of Cerbidake, who said, we don't make music to feel emotions, but to achieve freedom. And thinking about a musical execution, and the result was not beautiful, was actually truthful. Beauty is just a transitional phase towards the truth, and we are only able to feel the vibrations through the central cosmos. And again, beauty is not only an art. Beauty is in the truth. That is very atypical for our Western society. I mean, all these sentences include incredibly broad ideas. I just would like to keep reading. The relationship between music and cosmos, the vibrations for the infinite universe, is something that I can perceive only partially. It is just the tip of the iceberg. Since very early, I managed to get access to all the different phenomena and all the explanations that would explain the appearance of these things, being always very skeptical towards any statement that I would hear. I've always thought that the idea of having a god, was not as stimulating as nature and the universe could bring. Music has allowed me to really explore a different type of thought that was not completely rationalized. And to conclude, I can say that Beethoven's music especially has a connection with the universe exactly like it has with everything else. It's a pretty trivial reasoning. Cosmos, it's all we have, and music, it's just a propagation of it. Cimatti also said that music is just segments of truth, and it's part of what we're looking for. I'm thinking about the last scenes of 2001: A Space Odyssey, where the protagonist goes through a galactic trip and finds himself being a newborn, a fetus, by exploring our natural experience and by living in a pre-established situation. It's very hard, and just by contemplating a starry sky, having a newborn kid, or just contemplating the sea, lead us to think that our pre-established ideas of who we are, it's something that just stemming from something way more above. I mean, what we are can really make us reflect about where we came from and giving us a different opinion of the material universe that we live in. It means that even in a star from a very far away galaxy, we'll find those elements that constitute us. It's nice that we have the sense of belonging to cosmos. It's not just romantic, but it's actually the truth. And this link, this awareness of the fact that we are part of a logos that doesn't start, it doesn't end, we all perceive it, and we perceive it in music that wanted to explore the deepest connections inside the human being and the deepest connections also in space. And with the Beethoven quartet, I think really shows us what kind of alignment there is. I just would like a couple of words about the quartet opera 131 that we will play. And if we think about cosmos and universe and infinite, I think the quartet opera 131 is a great link between the cosmos and the human nature that really is us. I think that what Franco said about the fugue, I think it's a piece through which we can really achieve rationality that reflects also the type of rationality that the universe works on. And it shows us that everything is correlated by invisible forces. And I think the opera 131 is way more than this. It starts from a cosmic idea that Beethoven wants to be played like this. And Andrea was talking about the fugue at the beginning, and that it's very dark, and we move on to a much lighter tone, a much lighter music, and that's when we are in the human world. I mean, Beethoven does this, and he also does it in the opera 127 in the second movement. just by raising of a semitone or the pitch, we completely change landscape, we completely change scenario. And this happens actually in the opera 131 for 7 times. But there's always a look backwards to the fugue. In the very last movement, we'll have the first subject of the fugue that will actually be repeated in an obsessive way. And what we like the most, and when we say we, I'm talking about my colleagues, when we play this music, is that it really represents a story, and has a beginning, it has an end, and represents the link between a more philosophical thought and a more sentimental thought. So where the human feelings and the human emotions come into play. Common, and like they are expressed from pain to emotions and even irony. There is a very close relationship between all the different possibilities that we have in our human beings. When we look above us, looking towards the sky, and when we look to our companions and our peers and enjoying the good things in life. So to conclude and to talk about these things with Sandro and Andrea, I think that Cimatti was right in this for this reason. I still ask myself, why do we still listen to Beethoven's music, for example, and especially his music? It's not a nostalgia from the past, but we think that just because we do this, because we find in this music something that we already have inside us, it's intrinsic, but we still keep searching for. And we want to be exposed to this music to basically go back to our origins. That's what's important to us. Thank you.
Grazie Cristiano, non so se ci sono delle...
Thank you, Cristiano. I don't know if there are questions from the participants, or I could maybe maybe make some comments before we start playing and listening to the opera 131. Thank you, Cristiano, and thank you to all our friends of quarter, the quartet 131. And I think you're right. Beethoven has a almost regenerative action, besides reminding us of our ethical standards and what it means to live in a social community. And I agree with the complementarity of the opera 131, and because it's something that is a little bit self-standing, and comparing to other quartets, it's a little bit unprecedented, because thanks to also the incredible skills of Beethoven in allowing the material to keep being regenerated and looking at different angles and metamorphoses and new actions. This quartet starts from the fugue, which is the most abstract expressions, because the fugue is an heritage, and it's actually something that it's very proper of the Western world, because in other cultures we don't have fugues. And then from the fugue, moving on to other passages that are more ironic, more cheerful. And what I want to say is that to him, tension, metaphysics, and the morale and the ethics for man, to him, they represent a whole mix of feelings, trust, and also utopia. And I think that this allows him to achieve in opera 131 and in other pieces an eternal peace, just like Cimatti said. Thank you, Sandro. We as musicians are all very much, we feel a strong connection to the Song of Thanksgiving. And I just would like to express my opinion on this incredible movement. The passage between these adagios, even though they're very abstract of Beethoven's music, to these intermediate parts where he felt reinvigorated, to us, to all the representatives of the quartet, they represent the ability of the human abstraction to a higher dimension, to go back, and this happens in everyday life. So we still live in our human dimension, but we're still able to reach a higher level. So this contemplation of the divine, and together with the contemplation and observation of the everyday routine, we can say it's so particular of Beethoven, and it's so particular of our human species. Yes, I totally agree with that. Yes. Yes, our species. I would say it's actually the only species that can do that. I just would like to hear Andrea's opinion, if it's possible. And Andrea, you said that by listening to this music, it almost feels like you could project yourself towards the cosmos. And some time ago, I had read about something very interesting. I'm sure you know about it, about this being an astrophysic, and in English it's the unified field. I mean, I don't want to go into scientific details, but it's when you take the matter and you move on to the molecular level, going to the subatomical level, and we have this unified field that creates all the different levels of the matter, and it gives tons of different opportunities, and they think that music could also have something to do with this. Do you know anything about it? Well, in astrophysics, we have an open question that it's super important, and it's about the Big Bang, where, yes, we also talked about the unified field. The difficulty, though, at the physical level, we still are not able to merge together the microscopic field for the quantic physics and gravity for quantic physics that is supposed to explain the very first instance of the life of the universe. And this model works incredibly well, how the universe has started working from the Big Bang on without knowing what the Big Bang was. So this is the big paradox. But the unified field, yes, has been mentioned many times, but it's still an open question, and we would really need the help of another genius like Einstein, or another genius for quantic physics, because we have no explanation right now. Yes, we would have to meet and talk about photography as well, because I don't really know what I'm photographing, to be honest. Yes, we'll make a team, and we'll talk about music as well. I think maybe we have to conclude, because I also have to play. So I would like to use a minute to move my hands before playing the Opera 131. Thank you.
Professor Cimatti has said we have to find a new genius of physics to give us this answer. We can say that this evening we found 3 geniuses of communication which have regenerated us. Cappelleto, Cimatti, and Gualco. It has been a wonderful enjoyment for our spirit, which very seldom do we meet, especially in a dark period like now. So I want to thank you truly, because you have donated to us you have brought us into the cosmos and beyond. Thank you. Thank you.
Allora ci salutiamo e andiamo.
So now we are going to the YouTube channel where we can listen to the quartet. Goodbye to all. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Cappelleto. Thank you. Have a good evening.
A breve si terrà il concerto del Quartetto di Cremona.
Shortly, we'll have the concert of the Quartet of Cremona, Ludwig van Beethoven,
Violini, Simone Gramaglia, viola, Giovanni Scaglione,
Ludwig van Beethoven String Quartet in C sharp minor, Opera 131. Cristiano
Eccolo. Poco qua. presente manca veramente. Per fortuna abbiamo degli amici qua che ci hanno applaudito. Vorremmo dedicare un altro piccolo brano di musica, sempre che riguardi la fuga, a Piero Farulli, che è stato la nostra vera ispirazione, una delle nostre ispirazioni. Ci ricordiamo sempre di quando gli portavamo Beethoven e il suo primo gesto quando cominciavamo a suonare era questo, perché voleva che non suonassimo troppo veloci, perché per lui il tempo di fare le cose, il tempo di pensare alle cose era una delle cose più importanti. E parlavo ieri proprio con il mio amico Simone del fatto che ci dispiace così tanto che lui non sia ancora tra di noi, perché dall'epoca siamo cresciuti, avremmo potuto parlare con lui di tante cose di cui non abbiamo avuto tempo di parlare, su Beethoven, sulla musica, su tante cose che riguardano questo mestiere così bello e così strano. E vogliamo quindi dedicare a lui ancora un piccolo brano dall'Arte della fuga di Bach, il primo contrappunto, che in qualche modo è simile all'opera 131 perché in questa fuga in re minore appunto comincia in re minore e finisce con questo bell'accordo di re maggiore con una grande speranza, stessa cosa che è successa con l'opera 131, che cominciava con questa fuga in minore così drammatica ed è finita invece in questa tonalità maggiore e piena di gloria.
Quartetto di Cremona per lo splendido concerto. I lavori inizieranno domani, 3 dicembre, alle ore 9:30. Grazie.